coke dealing, the rules was no squealing, no stealing from your mans and no feelings for these hoes. That's just gonna mess up the guap. 10 toes down whenever you on your block, or even when you ain't. Don't know them from a can of paint. Just be loyal and trustworthy. You ain't gotta be a saint. A lot of y'all be geeking, backstabbing and sneaking. Nose clean during the week, but they dabble on weekends. Oh nigga, I be peeping. Your niggas might be sleeping, but I was trained to tread water in the deep end. Jellyfish sting, but them sharks will bite your head off. Run up on you while you park, get the dumping, then they slid off. The hood know who did it. Now let's see if your homies with it, or your name die in vain cause one of your homies did it. Ain't no reason to kill your man over a kilogram. Had you thinking y'all fam, then spin you like a ceiling fan. Go ahead, talk to him, y'all ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you see him, you ain't give him no rap. But let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gon' be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. And once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack. While I'm still rapping at 40, well, let's chat about it. First of all, my life's amazing. Let's get that about it. Wife is blazing, and her kids get the life savings. Follow the drip, nigga, my eyes glazing. Yo, FSO, in the best that flow. Bars, storytelling, visuals, cadence and concepts, content, impact. Yeah, the boxes is all checked. I just need that one song. Yeah, that one song. And I could clutch the earth with just one palm. Never anxious, look in my eyes, I'm dumb calm. They either gon' walk with you, or you gon' run for them. Either way, you gon' have to let your heater spray. Lose yourself, might even have to put that weed away. Now that's a lotto, that's my medication. Gotta stay high, yo, till a nigga die, yo. Album out now, hit the link in my bio. Go ahead, talk to him, you ain't beefing like that. Come on, Doug, why you being like that? Now let's keep it a stack. Why you say it if you ain't mean it like that? And when you say him, you ain't give him no rap. Now let's keep it a stack. You ain't gotta tell me you gonna be right back. Stop bluffing, shorty, keep it a stack. Once you start something, can't just leave it like that. Finish the job, homie, keep it a stack.
Yeah, DQ, check. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright, nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In the room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Calculated every step, so I can't stand a hater out here hating on. Niggas out here making moves, see a handout the type of shit they waiting on. I'm the type to overlook a hand, cause the wrong step will cost an arm and leg. Niggas tripping, signing deals in red. I'ma hit the booth and make some hits instead. Light years ahead, we done go short a couple of albums, see we up for the challenge. Bound focused on the bread, but these niggas be fucking understanding when it come to my talents. It just pop up past when it come to the salad, yeah, zips to the head. And we never mind hating consumers when it come to the rumors, cause we put them hoes to bed. Oh yeah, niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Networking, cultivating relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. I'ma show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Niggas try to take the page out my book and take the same steps I took. Cultivating networking relationship, a skill still for real overlooked. Whole squad moving like we Voltron, yeah, the whole nine looking like a gold mine. Only show mine, nigga, when it's go time. I'ma blow mine, niggas, when it's showtime. Yes, sir. Have you ever had a dream in the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Alright, nigga, have you ever had a dream during the daytime? Had the same dream since the playground. If you made it come true, cause you stay down. Nigga, have you ever really thought about the limelight? In a room full of stars when you shine bright. I'ma make the right move when the time right. Yeah. Big dreams, nightmares and monsters. Pimp thieves, hoes, thoughts and choppers. Crooked operas, play cops and robbers. Siblings, smoke weed's the mantra. Weigh risk against shit that cost us. Hit a lick, it tastes bittersweet. You just a good soul, you wanna save the world, but you ain't they type, so they hint to lead. Wholesome souls die and world's incomplete. So I chase the pain so I can chase my dreams. Liquor is licorice inside my candy shop. Candy paint drop with wood grain supreme.
Look for it.
I'm good for it. Sorry the wave you'll see when you look for it. Real recognize the real you look for. Pressing your luck and I wish you would for us. You don't want a person nigga that be living on this North Star. So close, but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods, but I swing like a home run.
Holistically on par.
You don't really want war, but I'm raw like a tennis racket. How about Venus, but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Bring it back now. You don't want a person nigga that be living on this North Star. So close, but I'm so far. I'm a tiger in the woods, but I swing like a home run.
Holistically on par.
You don't really want war, but I'm raw like a tennis racket. Help out Venus, but I'm on Mars. So went the galactic is soup for your solar. Virgo.
Alright, yo, what's going on? Shout out to everybody in the building. I appreciate that, brother Mathis. Just check out the stream. Am I clear? Is everything coming through clear? I haven't turned this equipment on in over a week. I had to plug everything back up. So I hope everything is going. I hope everything is crisp. I didn't have a chance to check everything. I just, threw up the thumbnail and I said I gotta go live. I've been threatening Chief X for 2 weeks that I was gonna go live and talk about this subject. So yeah, shout out to y'all. Who's in the building? We're gonna get right to it though, y'all. We're gonna get right to it. Mika, what's going on, Mika? Logic is in the building. Logic, if you got time in about 30 minutes, I want you to hit the panel. If you got time, I know you be busy. All right. But where Chief X at? Somebody pays Chief X. I already texted him. You dig what I'm saying? And told him to brace himself, because, we gonna see if his information holds up, or is he spewing pseudoisms that was unchecked for 7 years. All right? Come on now, phone. Or was Chief X spewing pseudoisms and false information to the black community that went unchecked for the last 7 years? Right? So we're gonna review his video. He said I got it all wrong. He was absolutely right. So we're gonna see. We're gonna hear his claims out of his mouth. Now, we have an amazing back chat, right? We got an amazing back chat back in our Discord, right? We have 2 Discords. We have the Carnivorous Podcast Discord, and that's the Wild Wild West. They just be in there, shooting it up, right? Crazy in the Carnivorous Podcast Discord. They can have you going all day and all night, right? But then we have the Tri-Media Discord, right? So me and Chief X been going back and forth in the Tri-Media Discord over his Blackamoor video that he made around 7 years ago. Okay. So we're gonna hear his claims, but first off, and we're gonna see if I can debunk his claims and prove that he was spreading misinformation and created a pseudoism, right? Out of his own mouth, right? So what's up with Logic? Donnie Williams, what's up? What Donnie Williams say? Peace in the Middle East. 5,000 G on my way to Baltimore on 4 now. Okay. Mika Infinite Wisdom, what's going on? I know the thumbnail crazy. Shout out to Brass. Brass and Sosa is my new thumbnail makers. You dig what I'm saying? I just shoot them ideas and they come back with a multitude of different thumbnails that I can use. So I'm gonna be using them for right now. I like the cartoon and the artsy vibe of it. All right, so. All right. Thanks. I appreciate that, Donnie. Crystal Clear Guyasha, what's going on with you? 504 top level, Brother Mathis. Per Black, what's up? Chief X. Okay, so somebody did get Chief X in the building. All right. Chief X, if you got time after I do this little review and presentation, I want you to click the link. All right. I appreciate that, Gaisha. Okay. Mika said he's definitely been spreading pseudoisms. All right. So let's see. Now, since Chief X is in the building, we're going to ask you right now, Chief X, do you stand on your video? Do you stand on the claims that you made in your video? And it's just a question. Because if you don't stand on your claims in the video, we can go ahead and talk about something else. But in the back chat, you was doubling down on it. What's going on, Armchair Philosopher? Now, we all can get corrected on things, right? Remember, we do this as a hobby and for shits and giggles, right? Don't none of us claim to be all-wise master teachers. So I'm not putting that on nobody. So Chief X must have dipped out for a minute. So let's play his claim. Let's see, where did I have this at? Hold on, let me let these dogs in real quick. Dogs. Okay, Chief X responded. Good. So Chief X responded. Hold on, let me put this up here. All right. Chief X responded, and he says, all right, Chief X responded, and he says, he said, I stand on my video, and you probably will misrepresent me, and you don't know the context from 7 years ago, but go ahead. All right, he's saying that I am going to deliberately misrepresent. Let me read this again, right? So I can make sure you said this. And listen to this, y'all. He say, I stand on my video, and you probably will misrepresent me, and you don't know the context from 7 years ago, but go ahead. Now, Chief X, since me and you've been associates, friends, I call it, you dig what I'm saying? Have I ever misrepresented your stance? Can you ever accuse me of misrepresenting your stance? I've always tried to listen to everybody out and hear exactly what they was saying before I agree or show disagreement with you. Hold on, yo, these fucking dogs about to get separated. My bad. All right. So, he said critique of a 7-year-old video is wild, but go ahead. See, Chief, we in the back chat, you doubled down on everything that you said in this video. You said you wasn't wrong. I wouldn't be bringing it back up if you would say, okay, I might have got some shit wrong in there. Boom, boom, boom. You even sent me sources backing up what you said. So how could I misrepresent what you were saying? I'm gonna play your exact words. We're gonna watch the whole video and see if we're taking anything out of context. Bro, I'm gonna do you good. You feel me? You're the only one that can fuck this up because these are your words that we gonna play. And remember, you just said you stand by everything you said in this video. So we only holding you to your words and your claims. Is that fair? All right, let's go. And after this video, you can come up and explain yourself. All right? All right, let's go. Now, did y'all hear that claim? Did y'all hear that? He said Blackamoor, right, is not a people, is not a person. It is just art and jewelry. He's saying that the word Blackamoor never was applied to people. It was only decorative art and jewelry. Let's listen to his claim again.
Art. Done a whole research on it.
I'm sorry, here we go.
I don't see why people are still confused, okay? Blackamoors. What does it say? Decorative arts. And a blackamoor is not a people. It's not a person. A blackamoor is art, figurines, or jewelry. Period. Still confused, okay? Blackamoors. What does it say? Decorative arts. And a blackamoor is not a people. It's not a person. A blackamoor is art, figurines, or jewelry. Period. It is art, figurines, or jewelry of what? I keep telling people, I put this out 5 years ago and made a whole post about it. I've done a whole research on it. I don't see why people are still confused, okay? Blackamoors. What does it say? Decorative arts. And a blackamoor is not a people. It's not a person. A blackamoor is art, figurines, or jewelry. Period. It is art, figurines, or jewelry of what? It's art, figurines, or jewelry of servants with black, very, very dark faces. Right? I'm telling you what it is. They're all servants. They're serving. They're serving. They're serving. You can go all through here and see they're serving, turning tricks and shit. It's beautiful, exotic artwork, but it's all servants. And blackamoors wear a blackamoors wear a turban. Not a fez. You'll never see a blackamoor art figurines with a fez.
You'll never see a blackamoor figurine wearing a fez. Blackamoors is never art. It is only art. It's never a people. And you'll never see a blackamoor wearing a fez. Wow. Y'all hear that? These are some extraordinary claims, right? These are some extraordinary claims, y'all. I'm sorry. You'll never see a blackamoor. You'll never see a blackamoor wearing a fez. Why would you say something like that? Why would... Let's continue. Let's continue. Because this is the real issue. Let me see. This is the real issue. But let's continue.
All see them with turbans. Because they were slaves. Let me move on to this part real quick so you can understand. People, I don't know why people thought I was bullshitting years ago. I told you what it was. Stop calling people blackamoors. It was never a people. Moors don't even know this information. I had to teach them about their own ideology. Stop calling people blackamoors. It was never a people. Moors don't even know this information. I had to teach them about their own ideology. I had to teach normal folk about their own ideology. These are Moors. Blackamoors. It's different than a Moor. Blackamoors. Decorative arts. Blackamoor figurines are sculptures and other depictions of exotic figurines, usually African males, but sometimes other non-European races using Europe art in the early modern period. But you'll rarely see a European Blackamoor, right? And what are, let me see, they are often, they often represent a conceit depicted a symbolic servant. A symbolic servant. Right? Jewelry and decorative arts. You can't find nowhere where it's saying Blackamoor is a people. It never was a people. It was always artwork of servants and slaves. You know why? Because the Moors wasn't running shit in Spain or Morocco. Berbers and Arabs were. Moors, the story about Moors going up into Spain is not told right, depending on who you're listening to. Turbans, blackface, turbans, servants. Jewelry or art figurines. That's what Blackamoors are. Let me tell you why. People think, and I did this 4 years ago before. I did this 4 years ago for you. Let's go to the map again. Let me get a little better lighting up in here. Let's go to the map again. Okay? Where's Spain at? Right there. What's next to Spain? Morocco. They're touching. You can swim and backstroke from Spain to Morocco. Spain is what? Europe. This is Europe. This is Africa. Morocco's in Africa, but it was never, ever inhabited by Africans. Not West Africans, not Sub-Saharan Africans, not East Africans. No one gave a shit about Morocco. You know why? Because it was a mountainous area. Wasn't that damn fertile. People traveled through here, but they never just set up camp and lived and their culture was born there. No African ever. I told people this. Me and Lord Abba had a debate, a 3-hour debate where I had to teach him this. Let me just give you another example of what I'm saying. Okay, here's the Sudan. If you're here, you're also going to be here. If you're here, you're going to be here. Just like Spain and Morocco. If you're right here in Spain, you're also going to be right here. See? It's the same people. When these people from the north, these Europeans in the Ice Age melted and shit, and they start filtering down, all this shit was Mediterranean. And there was other people around these areas after a certain period of time. We never inhabited Morocco, really Algeria too, but I'm gonna leave Algeria alone for now. But Morocco has always been a pale people's place in ancient times. The first people to inhabit there was, damn, I don't have my notes with me, I kind of forgot, it was years ago. Well, anyway, Berbers started coming up in here, the Vikings, Roman provinces, and all that kind of stuff, because we weren't up here. When these pale people start filtering down and coming down about the Ice Age over years and stuff like that, they started coming down, and it was in Spain. That's why Spain is Spanish and Portuguese and all these people. These are paler people. Spanish, Portuguese, France, these places around here, United Kingdom, all this old stuff, was pale peoples. So yes, the pale people was in Spain. That's why they're Spanish. They're European. And they also was here. If you're here, you're here. If you're here, you're here. If you're here, you're here. Just like, say, Namibia and Botswana together. If someone's right here on the line, they're right here. It's the same people gonna be right here. It's a fucking dot. So yes, Morocco was never African. Never in history. I've been told folk that.
Yep.
Okay? Nobody wanted it. So the people who did filter it out ended up setting camp up there, and they weren't African people in Morocco. Right? It's one question. I've asked them more for years, and they ignored it. Sabir Bey.
All right. So all of this, I don't really have no disagreement with his history and how he's breaking this down, talking about the people, this, that, and the third. All right. For the pretty much, he's dead on using, layman scholarship. I think he's doing a pretty good job, right? This wouldn't be scholastic or anything, but for general information, I think we don't have to critique him too harshly on the points that he's making now. I feel like having a conversation with him right here, if we was in a barbershop, I would let him rock. He cooking. You dig what I'm saying? He's cooking right here. All right?
Had a live stream the other day. Then he was answering people's questions. I said, let me ask this cat a question since he wants to lie on a daily basis and habitually for years. Right? I asked the question, he didn't answer it. So I typed it in 3 times. I said, who was in Spain and Morocco before the Moors invaded it? Or conquered it, whatever term you want to use. Who? Moors do not want to answer this question. It's a dagger question. If you tell the truth of who was in Morocco and Spain before the Moors invaded in 700, that closes the case. That means Morocco was never your land. Would they invaded Morocco and Spain and colonized and conquered themselves? No, they went in and conquered another people who were not them and didn't look like them. Check it. Arab slave trade went down 600, late 600s, right? This is Africa. These Arabs was coming in Egypt, coming in Ethiopia. They was coming in and enslaving Africa. Look here.
Come on.
Sub-Saharan, the slave trade, they was crossing all these lands, and eventually in 700, they ended up here. All them slaves that they was capturing and enslaving became Moors to Europeans. Anybody black or dark, the Europeans titled them a Moor, whether they were Christian, Muslim, or whatever. But...
Whoa. That was... What did you just do, bro? Let's go.
The Arabs Islamized the Africans. That's how they became Muslim. Black or dark, the Europeans titled them a Moor, whether they were Christian, Muslim, or whatever. But the Arabs Islamized the Africans. That's how they became Muslim. And then the Muslims conquered Morocco. If you look up Moor, it's going to tell you Muslim. Black Africans wasn't fucking with it. They was in West Africa. Them Moors was a group of Berbers, Muslims, half African, half Arab babies, because them Arabs was fucking African women, and them African women was having their babies. Them babies didn't know who to have their loyalty to. Should I be loyal to my Arab daddy, or should I be loyal to my African mama? they chose master and was loyal to their African daddy. So you had mixed Arab and African babies running all up in Morocco and Spain. They were Muslims. And their Berber and Arab and European was running shit. You Africans, whoever claiming themselves to be Moors and all that, y'all wasn't running nothing. That's what you was doing, and that's why they made these images of you. You were a slave to them, a servant. Let's go look. When did they start making this shit? One of the famous, Andrea Brustolin, from 1662 to 1732. She was the most important sculptor of Blackamoors. Why were they sculpturing Blackamoors as servants? Because you became slaves of the Arabs. She was the most important sculptor. One of the famous...
Y'all remember these dates.
Andrea Brustolin from
1662, this when she lived.
1660.
She lived from 1662 to 1732. This was this artist. All right? And she had some of the first depictions, you know what I mean, of this art style. Sculptures and figurines. Blackamoors. From 1662 to 1732. So let's say even if she started, she was born in 1662. So 1682, let's say about 1682, she about 20 years old. Let's say she started around 20 years old. Let's give her that. All right? From 1682.
1762 to 1732. She was the most important sculptor of Blackamoors. Why were they sculpturing Blackamoors as servants? Because you became slaves of the Arabs. You didn't do shit up in Morocco. Morocco was never your land. Sculptor of Blackamoors. Why were they sculpturing Blackamoors as servants? Because you...
He said, why was they sculpturing Blackamoors as servants? Why was they sculpturing Blackamoors as servants? So even in what he's saying it's called a Freudian slip, right? So even he's saying that the people predated the artwork. But we're going to prove it. We're going to prove that Europeans was calling the people Blackamoors before this art style of these people even was created. We're going to prove that. But let's continue.
You became slaves of the Arabs. You didn't do shit up in Morocco. Morocco was never your land. I prove all my shit. So no Blackamoor. Let me just go back to the images. No Blackamoor had fezzes. We can do this all day long. These are Blackamoor images. You don't see fezzes on them. You see turbans. 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 What is she? A female Blackamoor. They're mostly male, but you'll see females. Here go one, let me click on her. She's a servant. Stick to Africa. Stick to your heritage. Them Arabs, Berbers, and Europeans didn't give a shit about you. You wasn't running shit in Morocco or Spain. The Arab daddy was. Spain grew in culture and things because the African and the Arab was teaching them. But the Arab was the African's daddy and slave master. Don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
Yes, some black Moors, not Blackamoor, but some black dark Moors were teaching up in Spain and doing things, but they had a boss. They did enjoy certain freedoms and just wasn't slavery like we see now, but they was under control. All the leaders who ran up in Spain were Arab leaders, and their army was either African or mixed Arab and African. The Moorish army was a mixed cadre of things. But I'm going to get into another study later. The Moors weren't really African people either. They were really Berbers. Berbers was filtering down up in there. And people want to claim Berber is African too. No. I did the study on it. The Berber genetics, you can look it up. Look up Berber genetics. They come in different colors, features and things. But the base stock of a Berber is 45% Eurasian. Mm-hmm. That's a fact. 45% Eurasian. I think they got about 20% sub-Saharan Africa. And the rest is Arab and mix of all kind of shit. The Berber is a fucking mutt. That's the main thing of a Berber. He's a mutt. Damn. But it's more light Berbers than dark Berbers. Look at these pictures, y'all. Let me just click on a few. He's a servant. He's a servant. Clowning you. Clowning you. These are Blackamoors. Now you know what a Blackamoor is. Never call a people a Blackamoor, because a Blackamoor is art figurines or jewelry. It's not a people. It was a term for that specifically. But sometimes you may see some literature saying that a Blackamoor is a person, but it's a mistake. Blackamoor was never a person in history. Sometimes people write definitions on the internet and stuff and tell you it's a person, oh, it was a Moor from Africa. No, they're wrong. Some of those things are wrong. If you dig into what a Blackamoor is, it's an art figurine or jewelry. It's not a person. And it's a jewelry or a figurine of servants. Because a lot of them Black Moors and Black Africans and mixed babies were servants of the Arabs and the Europeans. I'm out.
Yeah. All right. Good job, Chief X. All right.
You're watching.
That shit about to go to battle, right? God damn it. Hold on. So, y'all heard it. So, we heard it out the horse's mouth. Now, he said that Blackamoors was just art and figurines, right? And they was never a people. He said any definition, right, saying that Blackamoors are people, right, then he said it's just wrong. Everybody who call Blackamoors a people is wrong, right? So all we have to do is find references of people being called Blackamoors before the art. That's just as simple as that. Let me change my battery, y'all. Y'all discuss this. Can Sheffrin debunk Chief X? Listen to this. My job is to show that Blackamoor referred to people prior to the art style. I'm going to say this again. If Sheffrin proves that Blackamoor was referred to people and persons before the art form or the art style existed, is Chief X debunked on that point? Put a 1 in the chat, y'all. Put a 2 if y'all think I can't do that. Let me change my other camera. We back. All right, let's see what y'all saying. And then after this, Chief X, you can come up. All right, y'all be cool. Y'all be cool. We ain't got to insult nobody, right? We just critiquing his work. You dig what I'm saying? We just critiquing his work. All right, Earl says, Chef, you on some BS. The Moors were Arabs and Berbers with blacks in the army too. He was wrong about that. That doesn't mean blacks had power. Listen, I'm not debating Chief X on his history of the Moors. This is not about that. I said he was pretty much cooking on that. From a layman's perspective, you dig what I'm saying? I think he was on point. You dig what I'm saying? So that's not what we are discussing here. Read the title. You dig what I'm saying? Chief X's claim is that Blackamoors were never a people or person. That the word Blackamoor was never referenced for people, right? Or persons. That's his claim. He's saying that Blackamoors was only Victorian art of black people as servants. That's his claim. That's his claim. So that's what we're going to get into. All right. We not arguing over. Okay, Earl said that. Okay, that's the only thing we discussing. That's the only thing we discussing, Earl. You dig? What's up, Danny? All right, let's get this going, y'all. Let's see. Boom. All right, let's get this going. The first thing we're going to do is get them to argue with ChatGPT. But the funny thing about ChatGPT, it gives you sources and a timeline. All right? It gives you sources and a timeline. So, boom. Boom. Let's see where we at. All right, let's see how I did this. Boom. Let's pull up. Where was I? Boom. All right. Let's go. What is the origin of the word Blackamoor and how did it evolve historically? All right. The AI says the term Blackamoor historically refers to a dark-skinned person. Do y'all see that? The term Blackamoor historically refers to a dark-skinned person, typically of African descent, and is closely associated with art and decorative motifs from the Renaissance period in Europe that depicted African figures. Here's a closer look at the origins and historical evolution of the term. Whoa, oh, my bad. Let's go to origin of the word. The word Blackamoor is derived from black plus Moor. The term Moor originated from the Latin word Moros, which was used to describe the inhabitants of the ancient Roman province of Mauritania, covering areas of modern-day Algeria and Morocco. Over time, Moor came to be associated more broadly with Muslims of North African descent during the Middle Ages, especially those who lived in Spain and Italy. Chief X, that's why I said Chief X was pretty much right about that history, right? Talking about the word Moor, right? And who the Moors were. The historical Moors that we're talking about anyway, all right? Historical context. 1. Medieval and Renaissance Europe. In medieval and Renaissance Europe, Moors was commonly thought of as Muslims from North and West Africa. The term Blackamoor began appearing in English around the mid-16th century, right? Now remember, Chief X showed that the art started with this woman, and she lived around 1662. This says the word began appearing in English in the mid-16th century. So now we got references in English 100 years before this lady who started the art form even lived. Because remember, the 16th century is actually the 1500s if you're looking at it chronologically. So if the lady was born in 1662, that's really the 1700s. You got to go back 100 years. So if it say the 1660s, it's somewhere in the 500s. All right. It say these representations were not strictly realistic. Instead, they were often exoticized, romanticized, reflecting European perceptions of the other. All right, decorative arts. This is what Chief X was talking about, the decorative arts. From the 16th century onward, Blackamoor figures became popular in European decorative arts. They were featured in sculptures, jewelry, and furniture, typically portrayed as servants or slaves holding trays, supporting tables, or presenting objects. These figures were adorned with rich garments and elaborate headdresses to emphasize their exoticism. So Chief X was on point about that. All right, symbolic and aesthetic elements. In these arts, Blackamoors were often used as symbols of wealth and status among the European elite. The depiction of Africans in subservient roles, however, reflected and reinforced racial hierarchies of the period. All right. Let's read the conclusion. It says, the evolution of the term Blackamoor from a descriptor of the Moors to a term entwined with racial stereotypes highlights the shift in language and perception through history. It also underscores the impact of cultural and historical context on artistic expressions and their interpretations. As awareness and sensitivity towards racial and cultural representations grow, the understanding of such terms and their implications continues to evolve, reflecting broader societal changes towards inclusivity and respect for all peoples. All right? Now, did the term Blackamoor refer to people first, then art and figurines? Yes. The term Blackamoor originally referred to what, y'all? People. Yes, the term Blackamoor originally referred to people. Specifically, who? Dark-skinned individuals from Africa. before it became widely used in art and decorative motifs. I'm gonna read that again. Originally referred to people, specifically dark-skinned individuals from Africa, before it became widely used in art and decorative motifs. I asked it again. What came first? So I didn't want to lead the AI. I says, what came first? People being referred to as Blackamoors or the art style being called Blackamoor? And can you provide timeline of sources to support the position? All right, so that was an open-ended question. What came first? The reference of Blackamoor as people referring to people or as in art style? Because this was Chief X's claim. And this is what the AI says. The term Blackamoor with sources. The term Blackamoor initially referred to people, specifically dark-skinned individuals from North Africa, before it became associated with a specific style of decorative art. That's a dagger. Before a specific style of decorative art. Here's a brief timeline and exploration of sources that supports this sequence. Timeline, medieval period, from the 5th to the 15th century. Origins of Moor. The term Moor originates from the Latin word moros, used by the Romans to describe the inhabitants of the Roman province of Mauritania, covering parts of modern-day Algeria and Morocco. Over time, it came to refer more broadly to Muslims of North African descent during the Middle Ages. All right? Expansion of usage. By the later medieval period, Moor was being used in Europe to describe all Muslims. Chief X said that. And by the Renaissance, it expanded to include sub-Saharan Africans. 16th century, which is the 1500s. Remember that, y'all. First known use of Blackamoor. The term Blackamoor appears in English around the mid-16th century. One of the earliest records uses is found in English literature, where it referred to people of African descent. Did y'all hear that? One of the earliest recorded uses is found in English literature, where it referred to people of African descent. For instance, in Shakespeare's play, such as Titus Andronicus, first performed in 1594, The Merchant of Venice, first performed in 1605. Characters refer to black individuals as what? Blackamoors. All right, let's move on to the 17th century. The 17th century and beyond. Decorative arts, the usage of Blackamoor in the context of decorative arts begin to gain prominence. Blackamoor figures featuring elaborate dress, African figures in subservient roles became popular in European art and decor from the 17th century forward, y'all. Continued literary use. The term continued to be used in literature and common speech to refer to people with dark skin, reflecting the broader European perception and often stereotypes of Africans. All right? Conclusion. The term Blackamoor was first used to describe what? The term Blackamoor was first used to describe people, specifically dark-skinned individuals from Africa. And this usage predates its application in the decorative arts. Do y'all see that? Blackamoor, in reference to people and persons, predates its application in the decorative arts. I wanted more. Can you provide sources? It gives you all these sources, right? But we're going to go a little bit further, right? We're going to go a little bit further, y'all. Just to nail this. We're going to go a little bit further. We're going to go a little bit further. What's going on, everybody? So, remember, this is his words, right? Now, let's go over here, right? This is Elizabeth the First. This is a letter that the Queen of England wrote on expelling black people from England in the 1500s. What was she calling them? It's written in this old English short longhand, right? We can't read that, but here with the transcription right here. And look at the words that she's using. Blackamoors. Here we go again. Blackamoors. This is one of the oldest found usages of it. It predates the art. People in Europe was calling Africans blackamoors, predating the art. Hold on. Where do I want to go? All right. We have, stuff is all over the place. All right, let me send this. Let me see if I can send this. Hold on. All right, let me read this. Blackamoors. Historians have found that numerous people of African origin lived in England not only during the Roman occupation of Britain and the medieval period, but also during the Tudor rule. Africans were described by English people in numerous archival sources as blackamoors. Blackamoors took a variety of jobs, lived in cities and rural areas, and integrated into English societies. All right, during the Tudor period. All right, I have, okay. The term blackamoor first appeared in the St. Eldonsmanbury Parish Registry in 1565 to describe a man named John. All right? Over the succeeding century, blackamoor and its variants became the most widely used term by the English to describe both African men and women as they lacked a feminine form. This is before the art. Okay. Who we got in the building? Who we got in the building? What the fuck? So hold on. So hold on, because Ramses, yo, you always just disagreeing. Anytime black people making a point, what the fuck could you possibly be disagreeing about? Well, I mean, you just come around just to antagonize black people. We're not even talking about Egypt no more. Chief X said that Blackamoor never referred to people. It only referred to art figurines in an art style. I'm proving that Chief X is wrong on that point. So just because Chief X say the Egyptians wasn't black, that means that you're gonna agree with him about every fucking thing else? I agree, the Egyptians wasn't black. But Chief X said that the Blackamoor was only reference to art and figurines and not people. So, anywho's, y'all gotta watch them antagonistic people. All right, let's see if he misspoke.
Blackamoors. What does it say? Decorative arts. And a blackamoor is not a people. It's not a person. A blackamoor is art figurines or jewelry. Period. Blackamoors. What does it say? Decorative arts. And a blackamoor is not a people. It's not a person. A blackamoor is art figurines or jewelry. Period.
No, I didn't say that, Ramses. It said that black people were in Europe and England. There was references to black people in Europe and England going back to the Roman period. It was saying that the term blackamoor was used in the 15th century. That term blackamoor was used for those people that they had references to that existed in Europe. You know what I mean? That the Europeans had mentioned black people in Britain going back to the Roman period. And it said that the term blackamoor is the oldest English literature is from the 15th century that called them blackamoor. That's what I read. Yep. So, all right. So, I mean, you know, I'm about to send him the link, right? See, like I said, the rest of his video, I had no problem with it. All right, so Armchair suggesting that the word blackamoor predates the Berbers invading Spain. See, listen to this. He asked me this. See, this how you know people don't pay attention. He said, are you suggesting that the word blackamoor predates the Berbers invading Spain? Yo, bro, you just want to argue. I'm not even going to answer that shit. Whoever even, what could make you even ask me some shit like that? It's crazy. Are you suggesting that the word Blackamoor predates the Berbers invading Spain? Yo, you just want to call black people stupid, yo? That has nothing to do with what me and Chief X is even talking about. Y'all want me to say that so Chief X could be right? Y'all want me to say something so outlandish? Fuck. All right, Armchair says the context of the video that is missing is how this was when Chief X was banging on the Moors, who falsely claimed to be the ancestors of Moors, which this video was meant in part to debunk. Me and Chief X wasn't arguing over that. Me and Chief X got a clear understanding over that. This is not to prove that the Moors that invaded Spain was this overwhelming black force that came from Central Africa and colonized Europe. This is not me and Chief X's disagreement. We have a specific disagreement, which he could have easily said, man, this was back 7 years ago and I was banging. I probably misspoke. I was doing the fact. I was just going at the Moors. But no, he doubled down on it. You're not letting me be right. You're not letting me be right. I mean, you can look it up. Right? You can look the shit up. Now, whether the let me get this link up. My bad, Chief X. And the crazy thing about it is, it's like, ever since we disagreed over Trump, it's like Chief X want to be right on everything. Like, yo, you get some shit wrong. Big deal. But then don't try to, hold on, let me get this link. Don't try to convince me that you didn't get it wrong. Don't try to convince me that somehow, because he tells me this, y'all. He say, you need to be grateful I schooled you on Blackamoors being art and figurines. Y'all niggas didn't know that before I said it. We don't care. We don't care. You were wrong to say that that Blackamoor is only in reference to art and figurines. You're wrong. So then he tried to browbeat me and say, y'all ungrateful. I taught you niggas something. Like, that shit was irrelevant. That was irrelevant. Now, your other diatribe about who the Moors were and who conquered Spain and the connection between the people on this side of the Mediterranean and that side of the Mediterranean kind of has similar features. And fine. The Arabs was in control of the Moorish invasion of Spain, and they ruled the trade and the expansion of Islam into Europe. The Arabs did it. Fine. Great. Great. Good history. All right, here, the link is coming up. Come on, link. He said Trump is a racist. What are y'all talking about? What are y'all talking about in there? Y'all gotta chill. Zoom. Here you go. Zoom. Hold on. I did the wrong thing, y'all. Here we go. All right, boom. Now I got my Zoom link up. All right, y'all. The only person I want to click this link right now is Chief X. After Chief X get his bars off, I'll let other people on the panel. But for right now, the only person I want to click this link is Chief X. I'll open the panel up to other people, right? So we'll let me and Chief X do 30 minutes, and then we'll do another 30 minutes for other people, and y'all weigh in on it. We're gonna let Chief X get his bars off. Cause I'm fair and balanced, like Fox News. You're not at your computer?
You can see me?
Yeah, you're not at your computer. I thought you was gonna be ready to rumble.
No, I'm not.
Come on now, don't do me like that.
I'm at my lady. I'm at one of my girlfriends. My lady just now.
Don't say one of you, because she might hear you. That sound crazy. Chill. You about to fuck all everything.
I had to think about that. That's why I'm in the other empty room.
All right, let me see. Let me get you up here. Boom.
Let me turn this YouTube video off because I think I'm checking.
Okay. Hold on. Boom. I can hear you now. All right, that didn't go out on YouTube, what you said. All right, so go ahead. Chief X is in the building, y'all.
Can you hear me clearly?
Can y'all hear him? Hold on.
Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Hold on, let me do chat. All right, say something now.
1 2 1 2.
All right, yeah, they can hear you. You in the building.
Chief X is in the house.
All right. All right. Let me see. All right, go ahead, Chief X. So what do you think? What did I fuck up about your presentation?
No, you why am I echoing still? Maybe that's just me. Let me remove.
Chief X, where you go at? Oh, he got disconnected, y'all. Click the link back. He ran, y'all. He ran. He got up out of here, y'all. He ran. Because look, if y'all see how many sources I got, right? I held back, right? I held back a little bit because I said, I know he going to come up, right? And he going to try to do his little, you know what I mean? And if I have to let these sources go, right? So let's see what he say. Let's see if I got to unleash, you know what I mean? I just hit him with the chat GPT. Let's see if I got to unleash, right? All of these English sources from the 14th and 1500s that predates the art. Let's see if he double down on this shit, y'all. All right, you said, what is my disagreement? Are you back? Let's see. Chief X said he's back in the building.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, they can hear you.
I was trying to remove YouTube from this echoing, but I guess it wasn't that.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna add your camera.
I'm echoing to
There you
myself.
go.
I'm not echoing to you.
Yeah, you good. All right, so where did I mess up at? What did I mischaracterize? Anything that you said?
You. Let me just say this first of all, because I got to give people the background and the context.
Go for it.
Right. First, I want to let you know that I appreciate you letting me so I can clarify. Right.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably one of the only ones who will make a video about somebody and allow that person to clarify themselves and give their point of view and not be scared. You got these others that just sit up here and talk about me for 4 or 5 hours and won't let me on to clarify myself.
Okay.
They'll just spew a whole bunch of lies on me and misrepresent me, and the audience think that, hey, they was right. No, only a coward won't let you on to clarify yourself when someone's making a video about you. So you know that. Okay? So I appreciate that, Stefan, that you got the balls to at least deal with me face to face.
Okay.
Now I'm echoing to myself, but if I'm not echoing to y'all, I can continue.
You can continue. You don't got the YouTube on, do you?
No, I don't.
It's not. Okay, go ahead.
Let me check. Because I'm about to get some clarity for all. Okay, I'm back. It's still echo, but it's okay. So
hold on. Is it echoing to y'all? Do y'all hear Chief X echoing? Press 1 in the chat if Chief X is echoing. Go ahead, Chief X. Just talk.
Okay. So I want to give some clarity for the audience, some background in the context of that video I made 7 years ago. Actually, I think it was 8 years ago. I just may have uploaded it 7 years ago. Because I made the same video and put it on Facebook. Then I added it to the YouTube later. So is the audience saying I'm echoing?
No, you're not echoing it now.
Okay, cool. So let's get some background. So how do we get to this discussion? First of all, you got to let the people know that you were a little bothered with me because I voted for Trump, and I've been vocal and confident about it, right? So, sometimes during election season and talking about politics and who we vote for, who we not vote for, why, and this and that, sometimes these people get bothered. Matter of fact, all the time. I put a post up in May and said, come September and November, people who you cool with and friends with now, you may not be that way after the election. And this always happens because if they say you never argue politics and religion. So here we are. I don't know how we got on this discussion in the Discord. And by the way, people could join Tri-Media Discord. We'll be going on. So I don't know how a 7-year-old video ended up getting dug up. I see a lot of things crazy 7, 8 years ago. I was on some sewer thing 7, 8 years ago. We got Brother Ankh on video saying he got Egyptian and Nubian DNA. Matter of fact, he said he got Mad DNA. Crazy. Right? So do me a favor, Chef. Can you play the last 1 minute of that video? And this is going to give context and clarity to things because it's impossible to debunk me because I qualified everything you saying and what I'm saying.
Okay.
Now, tomorrow when I'm at home, I'm going to do another video where I can clarify what I'm saying. So I can't share screen or do nothing.
What the fuck? Play whole video. How do I play whole video?
Not the whole video.
Oh, here we go. I see it. You said the last
minute of the video.
All right. I'm gonna go back.
Some people jump on this live stream you have late and didn't listen to the beginning, and they just jump in the text talking crazy.
Okay. All right, I'm about to switch you over. I'm about to play it now. That's the chat. Let's go to main so you can hear it. Let me see. Main.
Let me tell you what it's going to say there. Let me tell you what it's going to say, Chef. Chef must can't hear me.
I can hear you. You couldn't hear it?
No, I can't hear no video, but I was asking you a question.
Oh, okay. So let me switch it back to chat. I thought you could do chat.
And I can't.
What you say is gonna say?
Now, what you're saying, I got debunked on.
Mm-hmm. You already
and
debunked
I think
yourself?
when you came for me the first time, I don't think you played the whole video through.
I played the whole video through. I played the whole
so
15.
At the end, I believe it was the last minute and a half.
Okay.
I said clearly and qualified. I said some scholars will say it's a people.
Mm-hmm.
Some definitions will say it's a people. I said a lot of people kind of misinformed and wrong about that.
Yep.
So I'm right there. I'm telling you, I've seen it because I've done a thorough research on this, and I know in some definitions it says a people, and I know some scholars in certain time periods said it was a people. I'm clear with that. I said that in that video. Did I not?
Yes, you did.
Okay. So right now, it's impossible for me to be debunked. I'm giving you my opinion on why it wasn't a people.
Okay.
Are you with me so far?
I'm with you.
Okay. So right now, me and Steph are getting clarification. And we're going to clarify for the audience. When I made this 8 years ago on Facebook, I made it because I had a debate on Blog Talk Radio with Lord Abbott. I'm giving y'all context so you can understand. I was going at the Moors and Sarasuri, because Sarasuri was saying those Moors and all those videos he used to put up with that fez on, he would call them Moors. I said, no, the entire conscious community is wrong in believing SETI. And thought all those people who had the feds had on with the pastor, they all thought they were Moors. Nobody knew any better. So I said, no, those are not the Moors. Those are the Ascari. When you look up who the Ascari is, the Ascari are the police. They are Black Africans fighting for colonial forces in Central Africa and in South Africa. And they have the feds and pastor. So the entire community was wrong and didn't know that until I clarified and told them. Okay? So people are now getting mad at me for informing them. Look up Ascari and you'll see exactly what I'm saying. So first of all, the community had it totally backwards. Okay? Now, the context of this, I was arguing with debating more. So sometimes
I think you won that debate. Hold on. You know what? You won that debate. So what? You won that debate. You was right. Now, I gave you your props. I'm saying you were wrong about Blackamoors only referring to art and figurines. That's the point.
Right.
You won the debate with the Moors.
But I'm trying to give people the background so they can understand the context of that video and say, oh, okay, they don't know this. This has to be good. So sometimes we can have a discussion with Jabari a month ago, and I give a response to his video, and I post that today. Now, 7 years from now, people may not know the content. So they'll assume stuff just watching the video. This is why I'm trying to give the context. Armchair philosopher in the chat was correct. Okay? Mm-hmm. I'm battling these MSTA cats, more Scientific of America cats, who wear the fez. Mm-hmm. So in the video, when I was saying that they had turbans, they weren't wearing fezes, that's what I meant. Okay? When I initially start saying Blackamoors are art and not people, which is totally correct, I was referring to because the conscious community were calling those people who conquered the Iberian Peninsula or Spain in the time period from 700 to 1400 AD, before they put their ass out. The people in the conscious community were calling them Moors and Blackamoor. I'm in my head no better. So I said, let me get out here and help and inform my people. Those people from 700 to 1400 were Arab dynasties who conquered the Iberian Peninsula. It had nothing to do with people who looked like Lord Abba, me, or Shepard. We had nothing to do with that. We didn't even know there was a family. Now, those people from 700 to 1400 were never, ever called Blackamoors. Never in history. You know why? Because the term Blackamoor was first used in the 1500s. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So
before the art, no. Before the art.
Yeah. No. I'm a clear one.
No. You
So-
said the term was first used in the 1500s, and that's before the art. Before the art style. Come on, Chief X.
It's hard. That's why I said I'm gonna go live tomorrow, share my screen. I'm trying to go up the hill. I'm gonna show you. It's, for instance, we say nigger. White folk will say nigger. So over time period, language made change to be a different slang on the language. And people say things a different way or write things a different way of people of different cultures and nations talking about something in history. So what the real deal was, people were saying that's a Blackamoor. They weren't really saying Blackamoor. I'll show this tomorrow.
You talking about doing
So
the Moorish?
you
talking about the Arab expansion into Europe? Those people are the Moors that you're talking about, and you're saying that at that time they wasn't using the term Blackamoor. I totally agree.
Yeah, because people in the country community who I was battling were calling those people in 700 to 1400 Blackamoors.
No, those people wasn't. They wasn't. In English, those people was never referred to as Blackamoors until the earliest reference we got is from the 1100s to the 1400s, and that was after the Moorish occupation of Al-Andalus, the Iberian Peninsula. Go ahead.
So my point is, and I'll show this tomorrow, Blackamoor term was first used in the mid-1500s. This is way past the time period of those Moors coming to the Iberian Peninsula. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Okay. This was the main thing I was leaning on, that people in the conscious community calling these people who conquered the Iberian Peninsula Blackamoors when they weren't called that. They were simply called Moors by Europeans, not Blackamoors. Blackamoors is a word. I was not wrong about that. And the time I brought that up, not one person in the community ever knew that or said that out their mouth. So I'm just informing my people in the country community. I shouldn't be castigated for that. I should be thanked and say, thank you for informing us. Nobody knew. People at that time and still today thought Moors were black folk, and saying black folk taught Europeans how to bathe. You remember that? Yeah, no. We weren't teaching nobody how to bathe. Everybody knew what water was, and water cleans things. These are just pseudo history things people in the conscious community were saying. Okay? So in that video, I qualified that yes, some people did consider them people, but they're wrong. So I qualified that. I was not wrong in the video. I stand on the video. And in that video, I said 4 years before that, which is 11 years ago, when I had all these Moroccan customers for cannabis. I was trying to tell people Moors aren't black folk. North African is not black folk. I was saying this stuff 11 and 8 years ago, not just with Black Egypt. I've been way ahead of the curve.
Okay.
So I was helping the community, and after that video, and after they put it on Facebook, and went viral on Facebook, people stopped saying them terms and understood that the Moors were actually Arabs and Berbers, not sub-Saharan Africans. I've been way ahead of the curve. So we just want to give some clarification.
No.
That's the context.
Okay. So
in that video, I also said, stick to Africa, which is your heritage. But I was talking about sub-Saharan, and get out of North Africa. It's the same things I tout now. So that's the clarification. So I can't be debunked.
Wow.
I can be. You can ask me to clarify something because I did say in that video. Yes, I'm saying what you're saying, Jeff. Yes, you can find in dictionaries, you can find in scholarship that people do call people Blackamoors. So I qualified all that, Jeff.
No, hold on. You ain't getting away with that. You said, right, that Blackamoors were never people or persons. And you said,
Correct.
you were saying that the art, maybe you talked in the back chat, you said
Right.
that the art predated them ever being referred to as people. And I'm showing you that the people, that the word Blackamoor was referenced to people first. Do you agree with that?
I didn't say that.
What? Okay, let's.
I didn't say the art predated.
So, all right, so what are you saying? Since I'm completely wrong and like I can't read what you was typing, what is you saying now?
Okay, this is what I'm saying, Chef. What I'm saying, Chef, if we're just trying to get on the same wavelength right now, if you don't have the proper context of when I made that video and what I meant and what my intent was, you may misconstrue it now, 8 years later. That's all I'm saying. So I'm giving you clarity so we can get on the same page and be like, oh, okay, I understand now.
No, I understand. So did you misspeak? When you said that Blackamoor is never a people or a person, when we have references, right, going back to the 1400s, the earliest known use of the noun Blackamoor is in the Middle English from 1150 to 1500.
What are you reading?
Huh? I'm reading from the Oxford English Dictionary.
Okay.
All right.
So this is why
Hold on. Let me finish. All right.
Okay,
It say the earliest known use of the noun Blackamoor is in the Middle English period from 1150 to 1500. The Oxford English Dictionary earliest evidence for Blackamoor is from before, listen to this, from before 1460 in the writings of Osborne Buckham, a poet of the Augustan Freya. Blackamoor is formed within the English by a compound. See, the A was the compound that conjoined black and more together back in that old English form. It was an old English form, right? So the A was the conjunction that joined those, was the compound conjunction that connected those two words together. And he says, the Oxford English Dictionary says from 1150 to 1460 in that period. And he said it was before 1460, right? By a dude named Bockham. And he was calling people, not art, he was calling people Blackamoors. That was the point.
Right.
You fought me on that though.
No. I said this 7 years ago in that video. That's why I wanted to play the last
This is not a definition. You said you can't. This is not a definition. This is what Jabari and them and what's his name, Reggie and them call it. This is what primary source, right? You can't beat a primary source, right? This is a primary source, right? This is a primary source that's showing you that it was before the dictionary, right? This is before the dictionary. They have references of people being called Blackamoors before the art. That's the point.
I got you, Chef.
You were saying it didn't.
Let me clarify.
All right.
I said in scholarship, you will find people saying that.
No, that's not in scholarship. That's the reference going back from 1150. These people wasn't Scott. They just they pulled the word out and saying, who was this word referring to? It was referring to people.
Chef, listen to what I'm saying. When you said just now, you're reading a primary source. You're reading writing, primary source, and we consider this stuff, scholarship and scholarly work, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in that video, I said you will find scholars who say it's a people.
The scholar's
That's
not
just what
saying
you
it's the
said.
people. The writer who wrote that in the 1400s referred to it as people. The only thing the scholar did was read it.
Chef, again, in the 1400s, 1500s, you're going to find a bunch of different writings and a bunch of mismatch. So this is why I'm saying.
And what
let's
does
put a
Blackamoor
pin in
refer to?
this.
What does Blackamoor refer to
Let me-
in the oldest writings?
Yeah, you have to listen to what I'm saying. Just relax. I got you. We're going to have to put a pin in this point because I said I'm not at home. I can't share my screen. And I'm going to tell you it's a spinoff. And I understand sometimes people say nigger and some people say nigga in different writing. It's a spinoff because what people were saying and writing was a black Moor. They're talking about this Moor was black, a black Moor. They weren't really saying Blackamoor.
The word is
I'm going to show
Blackamoor.
that. I can't show it right now. I'm saying something, put a pin in it. I will show it tomorrow when I get to my computer.
Okay.
This is where the confusion is. They were saying that's a black Moor.
They were
But
saying
in
what?
later years, a lot of the writing got misconstrued. Nobody would say that's a black, that's a black dark. That don't make sense because that's the etymology of the word. Who would call somebody black?
No,
black.
No, that's wrong. You wrong right there. Because now you're confusing etymology, right, with the usage of the word. When the word got translated, when the English started using the word more, it didn't have the same context of its etymological meaning, right? At that time,
Yes,
more just meant Muslim. You
it
even read that.
meant Muslim, but
No. I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to hold on. Let me make this point. At this time that we're talking about the word more, and even in your video, you said it was a broad term given to Muslims. So that etymological meaning of it that the Latins first used back in the Roman time, if it meaning a dark person, it really didn't mean that no more during a Muslim expansion. It meant Muslim at this time. I promise you that.
No.
I promise you that. I
Let me
promise
clarify
you
for
that.
you.
Go ahead.
This is what you're confusing. I love it. So I keep telling people when I started teaching this, I said in the context, they were too worried about the etymology of the word more instead of who a Moor is. So when you said it's a Muslim, that's not the definition or etymology. That is saying who a Moor is. A Moor is a Muslim from Northwest Africa who was of dark skin and not European. That's who a Moor is. That's what you're talking about. I'm saying in the conscious community, they were getting caught up on the etymology. Since Moor means dark or black, therefore that means Moors are black people. This is what I was clarifying. Who a Moor is and the etymology of the word Moor is two different things. So you have things called, when you say a noun. When you look up Moor in the dictionary, under noun, it says a person, place, or thing. And it clarifies that it is a Berber or Arab descent. That's who a Moor is. Are we clear now?
Yes. I always been clear on that.
Okay. So tomorrow, when I get home and pull up my screen, I'm going to show you that the Blackamoor poem was a play off a black Moor.
Now, I'm glad
because
you said
have
that. I'm
white Moors.
I'm glad you said that. So think about it. If you had white Moors, and I got references of them referring to white Moors. So if they got white Moors, then what would make you think they wouldn't put Blackamoor together? Like, that's just wow. Like, come on, bro. You just
Okay,
debunked yourself.
no, I did because they're not saying white or more.
No, because more was a general term that the European was using for these people.
I agree.
The North Africans didn't call themselves Moors. The Europeans gave them that name, and the Europeans was able to distinguish between the Arab and the Sub-Saharan African. So the Arab was the white Moor, and the Sub-Saharan African was the black Moor.
Not really.
But yes.
No.
Yes.
In a sense, I'm not disagreeing with
No,
you.
I'm saying in the writings. This is how they distinguished them. No, we could pull this up though.
No, I hear you. I agree with you, but I want to give more clarification to that.
Okay.
I'm Ashanti tribe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not Muslim. Therefore, they're not going to call me Muslim. Excuse me. They're not going to call me Moor. Or Moor mainly is for a Muslim in a specific area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what happened is when Arabs and Berbers throughout the slave trade in the Arab conquest, they took on African slaves or sub-Saharan African slaves and sub-Saharan African women concubines. And they bore children. These children and these families, the Haritans and all these people of the lower class were all called Moors because at that point they became Arabized and adopted their father's religion and their father's name. So those were black Moors compared to their daddy, who was a white Moor.
Mm-hmm.
You get it now?
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm saying that the European made a distinction, and they called the Arab and Berber, or the more lighter skinned ones, they called them white Moors, and they called the sub-Saharan African phenotype black Moors. That's what I'm saying. And we got source material for that. And so now the word that you're talking about, Blackamoor, see, you ain't talking about black Moor. You dig what I'm saying? That the European was referencing, and white Moor that the European was referencing to during the Arab expansion into Europe. That's a whole nother time period. You said Blackamoor. Now you're talking about English. Now you're talking about another time period. And the earliest usage of it was from the 1100s to 1460, and it was in reference to people and not art and figurines. That was my point.
Yeah, we can keep belaboring that point.
All you got to do is admit it, and we can.
No, Seth, listen to me.
Why wouldn't you just admit that, Doc?
No, listen to me. You said that over and over.
Right.
I'm telling you, I halfway agree with you, but there's a nuance that I would like to show tomorrow. So let's put a pin in that point. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we can put a pin in it. We can put a pin in it. See, now, if this was me, I'd be like, okay, that's the point. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. I was just fighting against Lord Abba and them crazy asses, and I seen some shit about some figurines, and I said, I got your ass, nigga. You dig what I'm saying? And it would be over.
I'm going to tell you how I got it.
Because I said I agree that it was art at a specific time.
No, I'm going to tell you what started it. Okay? What triggered me. You know, I have this phrase that I coined, common sense science.
Mm-hmm.
You heard me say this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I said, Chief X, the God bringing you this common sense science. So along my journey, I used to be down with the MSPA in 1993. I moved on. But along my journey, 8 years ago, I was saying to myself, why would somebody call somebody Blackamoor? It just doesn't make any sense. I can understand more. But why would somebody say Blackamoor when all that really means is black or black dark? Nobody would say that. So I start digging into what the heck a Blackamoor is. And 90% of what you read and what a Blackamoor is, it'll tell you art. And nobody knew that or ever mentioned that and said it. Okay? But we can clarify the Blackamoor part yesterday. But I'm not gonna be in all day because I'm at my lady friend's house. And I can't be out here stripping with that all day. But I appreciate this dialogue. And I think you do agree that we clarified a little something about the background and context, right?
Yeah, I already knew that you was arguing with the Moors. You dig what I'm saying? You doubled down on a point and said that I was wrong and you wasn't wrong. I'm saying the point that you made in this video, you was wrong. Now, your overall point that you was trying to make, I think you, I don't know. Your history, your history of the Moors was on point. I'll say that. Your breakdown of the word Blackamoor was not on point. That's the whole point.
Okay. You know what the title of the video says?
What it say?
I think it says, what is a Blackamoor?
No. It says the title of the video is, or your video or my video?
Yeah. My video I made.
Your video is, let me see. Where the hell is it at? It is, what is a Blackamoor? It's not a people/person.
And do I have a question mark?
You got what is a Blackamoor as a question right there. Then you made a statement after it, right? You answered it. You said it's not a people/person. And that's what I disagree with.
Right. So when I said Blackamoor art, Blackamoor is art and jewelry, and no one knew that. That is a true statement. That's correct.
I don't know. I don't know if ain't nobody else know that. That would be crazy.
I'll put it this way.
And that would be. They never said it. They never made a video about it. But I'm sure. I'm sure Lord Abba came across this art. I'm sure he came across that definition. That would be completely disrespectful to say that you just randomly typed up and Wikipedia told you that, and nobody else ever seen that before. That would be.
Nobody looked up what Blackamoors is. The only thing people looked up is what Moors is and what the etymology of Moor is. It didn't click that Blackamoor doesn't even sound right. To them, long as it was a black in it, they rolled with it because that's that blackology.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Is somebody else coming on the panel on the queue, or this is just your video you doing? That's it. So if anybody else come on the panel, they're gonna confuse it and muddy the water.
No, I'm already confused.
Okay. Well, I'll clarify that one second.
I just wait for you to make your video. But from what you explained, I still say that the statement is not correct. The context that you're using, I just can't accept that, because if you make a statement that is not a people or a person, that's not correct. I can't agree. I can agree with your history and your breakdown. You dig what I'm saying? But
in 2024, in 2024, not one sane scholar or reputable person on earth would say Blackamoor is a people. They would say it's artwork. It's all over the internet.
All right, so you just disregarded everything that I read.
I made a simple statement, Chef. Listen, I said in 2024, there is no scholar, no sane person who studies history would say today that Blackamoors are people. They will tell you it's artwork and jewelry.
I don't believe
Now you
that.
can dig up some of the
I don't believe that. Go get me a scholar who will say that. Now, since you said that, now it's incumbent on you to go get a scholar who will say that Blackamoor is just art and figurines. That's a bold claim.
No, no scholar today claims Blackamoors are people.
What?
They all know it's artwork now in 2024.
No, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Because
when you look up
that would mean that they don't
Wikipedia,
that would mean that they would disregard history.
If
the word Blackamoor in reference to people predates the art, then how could you even, why would a scholar even say that?
That's not my point. This is my point. Ankh has been saying, he used to call me Wikipedia X when I was killing him. Then after he realized he was wrong, he should say Wikipedia is the first line of defense. You heard him say that before?
He said it's the first, yeah.
Ankh says Wikipedia is the first line of defense.
But you don't agree with him, so that's...
No, listen. I agree with that. I don't disagree with anybody 100%. I'm a realist. I don't just jive. Just because I dislike somebody, I ain't gonna say they're not right sometimes.
So you saying I can't go on Wikipedia and find the reference for the people in Wikipedia?
Let me make my statement.
All right, go ahead.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying if Wikipedia, what Ankh said, is the first line of defense, and you put in Blackamoor's, if you Google Blackamoor Wikipedia,
I can down you with Wikipedia. I can put you down with Wikipedia.
No, listen.
In your source, I already did it in the back chat. In your source, it referenced the people first. Even in your source, and I sent it to you 12 times, Chief X.
You're playing a mind game right now.
Go ahead.
I'm strictly saying 1 point. If you put in Blackamoor Wikipedia and get the Wikipedia's definition of what a Blackamoor is, it's going to tell you decorative art. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Hey, Smash.
You said what?
I got a question for you.
Who this?
This Patah.
Shezmo?
You gotta turn your background off, Shezmo. You echoing.
I think it was
Yeah, you echoing, Shezmo.
I think it's the way you let me in.
I only got one way to let you in. Oh, pause.
It's your
That's crazy.
internet, so you got to get closer to your internet box.
You came with the same door.
All right, let me back in then. But my question is, what is the definition of war?
Who you asking, me or Chief X?
Chief X. And I'm gonna sign out.
Chief X, you can go ahead and answer.
Okay, so you asked me the definition.
Yeah.
Two things. They're going to define, they're going to give you the etymology, if you're into that, which it means dark or black. But when you look at the noun of who Amor is, it's going to strictly tell you everywhere you look. Arabs and Berbers, or Northwestern Muslims. Or it said, no, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. It's going to, because I'm just doing it off the head. It's going to say a Northwestern Muslim of Arab and Berber descent. Northwest African Muslim of Arab and Berber descent.
Okay.
Hey, is Chief X echoing for y'all too?
Yeah, that's because he is his phone. I can hear him though. Yeah, he's echoing for y'all.
Yeah.
They echoing to me.
Am I echoing?
No.
No.
Is Sosa
everybody
echoing?
Echoing to me except you, Chef.
Yeah, dude, maybe that's what it is. Because even Haskell echoing to me.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, everybody echoing except for sure.
All right, let me see what's going on. Second. Can y'all hear each other now? Can y'all hear
Yo,
me?
You?
I heard him say yo twice.
Nah, it's still like.
What the hell? Hold on. All right, go ahead. Say something.
Yeah.
something.
Nah, I think it's still.
You still
No, we
doing
good.
it?
I think we good now.
I've been echoing to myself the whole show.
Nah, hell no. Still echoing like a mother.
I don't know.
It was
Y'all ain't echoing to me. Let me see. Go ahead.
Well, it
Y'all.
wasn't it was Shesmu that was echoing up first, right? Y'all told him to hop off, or was that
African teacher wasn't up here.
okay? That was Shesmu.
Yeah.
Okay, is he on mute?
No, he gone.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's wrong right now. I don't know. Go ahead, y'all. Get it in.
Shit, man. I don't know how you do it, bro.
Who's that? Who's speaking? First of all?
That's Haskell.
Okay, so is this about to be a conflict? Because he came on here with bad intent. Pascal never has any good intent when I'm on the panel.
So he has
Every
to
time I
agree
come
with
on
you.
the
Hold
panel,
on.
he got to jump on the panel.
You know he's a Moorish American. So he has to agree with you. He can't give his
No, you don't have to agree with me. But
right.
already, he opened up saying, "I don't know how you do it, Chef," as if I'm up here bullshitting
Let him get
and
his
saying
bars
something
off.
crazy and wrong.
Let him get his bars off. Go ahead, ask.
He leave it alone, but just watch your intent, bro. Because some things are so secretive. It's okay to have an adult conversation.
You said he feel I'm being secretive?
Yeah. So what do you think about the conversation? How did you see it going? Well, first off, you seen my presentation. Now, first off, did y'all see I played his video first and his definitive statements?
Yeah, I see.
Did I
I've already
misrepresent
watched the
him?
video. Yes,
Did I
already.
I think they said they didn't see it.
I seen it. I seen it already. I saw it already. Yeah.
Man, really and truly, bro, this should have been a two-man conversation, bro.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But it's just like I seen the British dude went on them and drove himself crazy. See, he ain't been in this community long enough to realize or to know that we don't really have earnest discussions over here. You feel me? The discussions don't be honest.
What British
So you can't come. King's Monologue.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I know who that is.
Yeah, went on them talking about because they did a video about the Cantigas de Santa Maria, which is a songbook from the Moorish period.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the medieval period, more accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And in the songbook, the Wikipedia article basically had some what you call it captions where they describe some pale-skinned people as being Moors.
Mm-hmm.
And he basically in his video pointed out that in the original songbook, that caption didn't exist. And then he was able to point out other captions where people who were phenotypically black were explicitly described as Moor in the primary text. Right? And that was basically what his video was about. But them made it about, oh, you trying to say the Moors are black and this light-skinned person ain't the same thing Chief X doing right now. You know what I'm saying? They can't just have a pointed discussion around one single thing where you kind of just single out a particular detail and stick to that. It's got to be like a bigger war. You feel me? So they feel like if they can see Chief X feel like if he was to concede the Blackamoor thing, he feel like that may lead to the blackologists getting one up on him and winning the overall war.
Mm.
You get it?
Are you asking me a question?
No, he was making a statement.
Okay, because it's echoing. He just said my name.
Yeah, listen. Just say all you gotta do is say, yo, I didn't get that part right, but I should have clarified that. I should have said, you know what, it started off as a people, and then eventually you should went to decorative art to where it is today, and it's over with, bro.
No, I said we're going to put a pin in that because I clarified that already. I said this 7 years ago. Okay?
No, but you said you halfway agree with Chef. No, it's halfway.
He said you halfway agree with me.
Yeah, I halfway agree with Chef. What Chef stated when he was reading people saying that people were called Blackamoor, I said that in my video. That means I halfway agree with him.
So what half do you don't agree with? What half you don't agree with?
I explained that 10 times today already. I said we're going to put a pin in that until tomorrow.
Oh my God.
Oh, you don't want to put a pin in it? I'm trying to thoroughly answer it. So I'm going to oblige Stefan and make a video showing him about the word Blackamoor and what it's a play on. Like, that's just to make sure everything to do. That's what he said.
All right.
Okay.
Pulled up real quick, yeah. Hey, we echoing real bad, though. I just pulled up real quick.
That's crazy. Why the fuck am I echoing?
Yeah, this echo is nasty, bro.
Jeff is not echoing. We're echoing.
Oh, man. All right, Sosa, that's crazy. Let me fix this.
I can barely understand Sosa or Haskell.
I'll switch this to...
You need StreamYard, bro.
I'm definitely not using that. Go ahead. Can y'all
speak? StreamYard nasty.
Is y'all echo? Did you hear yourself again?
Yo.
He didn't echo just now. Am I echoing?
Nah, it's good now.
We good now.
Yeah, Sosa was a problem.
That's crazy.
It was goddamn Sosa, man.
That is crazy.
But yeah, bro, like Chef, you not finna get Chief X to just say, hey man, I was wrong. That'll never happen, bro.
But yes, it will happen. I always say it. Don't do that. Don't misrepresent me like that. That's why I stayed on here. I got videos where I apologized to Chef Run before I was wrong. I got videos where I apologize. I always correct myself if I'm wrong. I'm not like that, y'all.
Nah, you always had a qualifier.
You will never hear Uncle any of you guys apologize. I got all this. No one has ever. I'm the only one who was apologized for getting stuff wrong. Let's just be honest.
You always had a qualifier.
I bet Reggie. One time I bet Reggie, brother Reggie, $50, and I despise Reggie. Chef, you remember I said I was wrong and I paid him $50?
For what was it? It was his degree.
I said he didn't have no degree. And I'll pay you $50. I just wanted to show it. But I said, yeah, I'm wrong, and I paid him $50. I always correct myself if I'm wrong. That's just how I am. I don't never want to get up here and spew no wrong information. If I do, I feel bad. And I say I was wrong.
What happened tonight?
Tonight you didn't hear the whole stream. You didn't hear him play my video. You just jumped on his thing.
I heard the whole video.
Okay, so tonight I'm telling you I'm not wrong. The point you think I'm wrong on, I keep saying put a pin in that, and I'll clarify it tomorrow.
All right, so tomorrow you're gonna show that.
Now you're wrong because you're not a Moor, and a Moor is not black folk. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about your belief.
Let's not.
Is y'all still?
Since you're a Moorish American, you're not from Morocco. What are you talking about?
Hold on, go ahead. They can hear y'all good.
There's no country called Moor. How can you be a Moorish American? If somebody's Japanese American, they're from Japan. If someone's Moroccan American, they're from Morocco. If somebody's Mexican American, they're from Mexico. There's no such thing as Moorish American. Where are you making this up at? Let's talk about that.
The echo's back, bro.
The echo is back. Hold on. Go ahead. I think it's gone.
Let's talk about how you think you Moorish American when there's no country called Moorish.
Well, I ain't never claimed that, but I'm not going back and forth with you,
okay,
bro.
So you're not Moorish American, right?
I'm not really interested in talking to you. You're a crazy nigga.
Okay, so because you know right now the heat is on. All you want to talk about is that nonsense. Let's talk about you, since you claim to be a Moorish American.
Pussy
Where's the
brown
country
umpa
Mauritius?
nigga. I don't take niggas. I don't take
Yeah,
bases
right.
seriously.
It's
Hold on,
hot now.
hold on, y'all chill out. Let's stick to. Is y'all echoing?
Nah, I'm good. I think you good.
All right,
But I'm not going back and forth with a
No.
nigga that buy pussy.
Let's stay on the point. We don't even have
I'm
to
not
make it
doing that,
personal.
bro.
But we don't even have to make it personal between neither one of y'all, right? We're talking about whether Blackamoors was ever in reference to people first.
Yeah, I think we hashed that out already, Chef. I just want to, can we switch it up now? Since he's the Moorish American, let's talk about where he gets this from. Can we switch it up a little bit?
If he want to have that discussion with you,
I'm not having. Hey, Chief X.
Okay,
I'm not
cool.
going back.
Just say, okay, I got you. I'm not forcing you to
You're
have
a
it.
baser
I just throw it out there.
Listen, Chief X. You's a baser that buy pussy. I'm not going back and forth with you. You's a
I'm a
weirdo
what?
to me.
Okay,
You's a
you're a
that buy
weirdo and a
pussy.
fraud and an asshole to me. Okay, we on the same page. You's a
I'm
fuck
not going
nigga
back
and a
and forth with you,
habitual
bro.
liar who has bad intent. You're a goddamn devil, matter of fact. If you teaching black folk that they are Moors, you're a fucking devil in 2024. What's wrong with your character, nigga? Shit.
Hold on, let's see.
Nah, he good. He good. I'm not
I
interested in
thought
really.
you okay.
Nah, I'm just not interested in having a conversation with him.
Okay, well, I'm not interested in having a conversation with a devil who's lying to black folk for no reason.
Yes, I'm not going back and forth with
Okay,
Chief
well,
X,
shut your mouth and don't open your mouth trying to insult me. You started it. If you sit come up on this panel to insult me like I said he would do, that's why we have a problem. I didn't insult you at all. You can't insult nobody and then act like, oh, I don't want to talk about it. Nigga, I want to talk about it now.
Nah, you coming at me.
No, you came at me, nigga. You're not going to change the scenario. What just happened?
Chief X.
You're not going to be fake and do that shit with me here. You can do that when I'm off here.
No, look.
But you can't be fake when I'm on here, bro.
Let me talk, bro.
No, you insulted me. If you want to talk to me, apologize, but we cannot have no conversation.
I'm not trying
All right,
to talk to you.
let him talk to me. Let him talk to me.
Yeah, I'm trying to speak, bro.
Okay.
I didn't go there until you started coming at me about
you
didn't go.
Nobody came at you and insulted you at all.
Bro,
Don't lie.
Everybody chill out though.
Let him
chill
talk,
though, bro.
Let him talk. Go ahead.
Chill, bro. It didn't go there. Once I said I'm not interested in having a conversation with you about me being a Moorish American and all that, that's where it's supposed to end. But you kept pressing, and that's when I got personal.
No, I didn't. I'm fine with you if we don't want to talk about it.
All right, so let's leave it alone.
Okay, don't address me then.
Yeah, so Chef, back to the I don't know what's gonna be presented tomorrow. That's gonna show that the term Blackamoor, predates, as it relates to decorative arts, predating its application to people. I don't know what possibly could be shown, to change the timeline. You know what I'm saying? But I guess he got something incredible. Maybe a time machine. I don't know.
Yeah,
so I guess
we gotta wait. We gonna wait for it. I'm not gonna hold his feet to it. I'm not really. I think I don't think that's what he's trying to prove. I don't think he's trying to make a larger point. I don't think that he's trying to prove that Blackamoor as art predates Blackamoor as people. I don't even think. No, that's not what he's gonna do. He's making another point. Am I right, Chief X?
Yeah, it's a whole bigger point, but he doesn't really care about it anyway. He doesn't care what the point is, what the intent is. His only intent here is to try to tear me down. That's it.
No, but hold on.
That's all.
No, but if your point was that you beat Lord Abba and them 7 years ago, I agree.
Right.
If that's the larger point,
I can't even talk with him. He's gonna talk in the third person, but addressing me. That's just not going to
No,
work. If he's going to get involved,
we not even dwelling on that. I'm saying
okay.
if your video tomorrow is to show that you won the argument
No, it's not.
with Lord Abba and the
No,
Moors.
that's not my video. But tomorrow's about. I can tell you again for the fifth time.
Okay. Oh yeah. No. Let me clarify. So you said you're going to show. First off, you said that no scholar will say that Blackamoor is a people or a person. No scholar nowadays will say that. That's the first thing. You dig what I'm saying?
This is a secondary thing I just said today.
All right, go ahead. So the first thing you're going to do is show the.
What I'm going to do, clarify tomorrow, is why the word Blackamoor was even in use. I said it's a play off of someone saying a Blackmoor.
Right, I agree.
So I'll handle that tomorrow. We don't have to keep going on. That's my only point I'm going to go live about.
Yeah,
we hashed everything else we hashed out already.
But then if you, I'm just having a conversation. You can make your video. So when you say that Blackamoor is just a play off of Blackmoor, right? Then it would stand to say that they were talking about people anyway.
No, listen, I clarified that. So if I'm caught looking at a Moor, if I'm looking at a Heriton as a European, I'm calling him a Moor. To distinguish from the Arab who's enslaving that Heriton, instead of saying white, that's a white Moor, I'm saying this is a black Moor.
Chief X, I don't do y'all like this. I don't do y'all like this. Let me see how I get irritated. Because I never play like y'all don't understand basic shit. I don't even, certain shit I wouldn't even say to you because I respect you. Why would I even say something like, bro, no, I'm not even gonna say certain shit to you because I'm like, yo, I'm up here having this I done heard your videos. I know you understand basic shit. So I'm not even gonna play mind games with you.
So the point of the video,
that's why I get irritated.
So the point of the video was to enlighten the community that a Blackamoor is art, jewelry, and figurines. And there's exotic art, jewelry, and figurines of dark-skinned exotic art servants.
I read that definition. It is. One of the definitions of Blackamoors is exactly what you just said.
Okay, so let me get out of here. And I appreciate you having me on the clarify.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. All right. So that's anybody else want to come up, Haskell? What you think?
Man, Chief X, I don't want to talk bad about the man while he gone, because he swear I got some personal against him, which I don't. You know what I'm saying? I just, from my observation, watching him over the years, I just think the guy's a narcissist. You know what I'm saying? Got a lot of self-importance issues. I always want to be, being given credit for doing this and that, and you got a real grandiose idea of who he is, and so I think he has mental issues personally. And Chief X, if you're listening back to this, I'm not saying this to disparage you. That's just my appraisal of you, from what I've seen, and you have all rights to look at me as not being shit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that was going to the point I was making earlier, like, you got to know who you speaking to. Did you see that shit with Buddy and Ankh though?
No, I ain't watched that.
Remember, I had hit you in the Discord and you was laughing, so I'm thinking you had watched.
No, because I seen the clip that you had posted.
Man, that boy went crazy, bruh. Hey, nigga got cussed out in a fucking London accent.
See, and that be my thing, right? If a person makes a point, right? Just because I have an overall disagreement with you about something else, I'm not gonna act like you didn't make that point. You feel me? I'm not gonna that's how conversations don't move forward, right?
Right.
So I mean, because we're not going to totally disagree with each other on everything.
Everything.
And we're not going to agree on everything. So when we agree on something or you make a clear point, just because I can give you points and still win the fucking game. You feel me? But I'm not going, if it's something that I can clearly see and we agree on, we can agree and keep it moving. I'm not going to sit there and argue with you, Haskell, on something that's clear that we both can agree on. You feel me? I'm only here for the thing that we disagree on.
That's you, bro. You see how frustrated you was getting tonight talking to dude? That's what happened to British Buddy. You feel me? And that's why you got to come into these conversations. When it comes to this community, I don't even go into conversations no more looking to get no kind of intellectual stimulation, because the conversations don't be having them in an honest way, like you said. When it comes to basic stuff that we supposed to be able to both agree on, that's obvious. They'll play and act like they don't understand, and you know what I'm saying? So it's like, if we can't even agree that the sky's blue, how we gonna have a conversation? You know what I'm saying? You fighting me on everything. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? This should be so much more fun and so much more educational if people just had these conversations in an honest kind of way. Because even look in the chat with homeboy, the Ramesses dude, how many times he asks you, what's your point or what you arguing?
Yeah, that's...
Do you let me ask you a question, Chef. Do you think the 5 to 50 times that you repeated what tonight's show is about, do you think that he doesn't understand what the point is? Or do you think he playing?
Playing. Definitely
there
playing.
You go.
Definitely playing.
But guess what? If you don't know that and you think he might truly don't understand, you're going to keep explaining yourself. And what's going to happen eventually? You're going to break. And that's the point of it, bruh. That's the... You familiar with that term gaslighting? That's what gaslighting is. You feel me?
So it's a thing where, you know, when the North Africans, when they came in the chat, right? Their whole thing is, you know, anything that black people say about black history, right? And the history of Africa and African people is automatically wrong. Period.
No, just North Africa.
Yeah.
I think they don't care about anything below the Sahara.
Yeah,
you feel me?
Yeah, that's my point, right?
Yeah.
So their whole thing is, since they saying the thing about Moors, they automatically say, okay, these Negroes think that they Moors.
We got to keep these Negroes out of North Africa at all costs.
Look, so they automatically, they was already on the other side. They didn't even, right. And even when I was making a specific point about the usage of the word Blackamoor, they was in the chat talking about what the Moors were. That's not my overall. I said, I think now you are a Moorish American up here. I'm telling you that y'all are wrong about who the Moors was. I'm telling Chief X he's wrong of what a Blackamoor was originally. That's the point. I can have both conversations. You dig what I'm saying? Now, since you up here, right? I don't think that the Moors were a black people or people from south of the Sahara. That phenotype, I don't believe the Moors were them. Now, do I believe that they were a part of the Moorish contention, that the Muslim contention that went into Al-Andalus or the Iberian Peninsula? Yes, they was. They were present. They was a part of that contingent that went in. So in that case, could they be called Moors? Yes, in that context, they can be called Moors. The same way was there black people in Egypt, people that we would call nowadays black in Egypt. Yes, it was. But do I believe that the Egyptian civilization was a black civilization? No, I don't. It's the same way when the American army, right? When the U.S. Army goes into Iraq, the army is made up of a lot of African Americans. But you could never say because 11 or 12% of the population of America is African American that America is a black civilization. You will have black people there. Yes, you did. You dig what I'm saying? They participate in military conquest on whatever nation that they're a part of. So I can agree with that point. But to say that Egypt or the Moorish invasion into Spain was a black thing, the first Desert Storm, right? Colin Powell is a black man, right? So if you say Tariq was black and he crossed over into Spain and fought the Visigoths and he won, and just because if he was a black man, we'll say that the Moors were black? No. Colin Powell went and fought in the first Iraq war and beat Saddam Hussein in them. But nobody would say that the United States is black because the black general went. You see what I'm saying? So it's that type of confusion, you know what I mean, that I think Moors hold on to more than. Go ahead.
That's a nuanced discussion right there, though. You know what I'm saying? That's intellectual discussion. It's always gonna be nuanced like that. But the thing is, for you, Chef, you don't have a dog in the fight. So you having a conversation on as a pure intellectual exercise. For a lot of the North African guys, and to be fair, for a lot of the blackologists too. So I'm not going to be one-sided, because a lot of times they'll have the so-called blackologist side, they have a dog in the fight, so they don't be wanting to give up no kind of nothing. Right? So it's the same way with the North African dudes. They looking at it like, okay, if we admit that the term Blackamoor was applied to phenotypically black people prior to these decorative arts and motifs, then that gives these blackologist niggas an inch. You feel me? And we cannot give up no ground whatsoever, no matter if wrong or right, or whatever. If we gotta lie, fuck that. We give these niggas an inch, they're gonna go crazy. That's how they look at it.
And it would be, if they was having an honest conversation, the history says that the Moors were a mixed group of people. It was a mixed group of people. It was made up of Africans from below the Sahara. It was made up of Africans from North Africa. And it was made up of people from the Middle East, Arabs. It was all three of them that went into the Iberian Peninsula. And that's just a basic reading of history. See, and right there, nobody is losing nothing. You dig what I'm saying? If they could just readily admit that without antagonizing black people and making it seem like they're just completely wrong, right? If you just told history the correct way, I think everybody would get something out of it, right?
Right.
I think everybody would get something out of it. But they will sit here and antagonize black people, right? And act like there was no black contingent that went into the Iberian Peninsula. And then when they do admit it, they'll act like these people were only made up of slaves. And that's not true. Right. That's another thing that's not true. That's another racial trope that get played too much. You dig what I'm saying? Or the blacks that was in Egypt was only slaves. You dig what I'm saying? Right. Because once you prove that there were blacks in the Iberian Peninsula, right, or in Egypt, the only thing that they fall back on that they were just slaves, right? Now that wouldn't be true because there were black kings in the Iberian Peninsula, right? So if there were black kings in the Iberian Peninsula, right, now they were closer to the white power structure, right? The Arabs didn't give them the best land. So the land that the black kings that participated in, you know what I mean, they got you know, the land that was closer to the Europeans, so they was always getting attacked. You dig what I'm saying? They
Right.
didn't get the good farmland. It was mainly the
It
land
was a
that
less
was
arable land, but
yeah
you
mountainous.
do know
Yeah,
that you do know that they eventually ousted the Umayyads, right?
yeah.
So that's where really the contention comes in, because most of that artwork that those Europeans have during the 1600s,
Mhm.
that Blackamoor artwork, I want to say most of it depicts the Almoravid period and beyond. So
Mm.
that's around, I think the Almoravids took over like in the early 11th century. So at a point in time, like the Umayyads and the Almoravids were going at it, and they eventually took over the Umayyads. I don't know, you familiar with that part of the
Yeah,
history?
and then the Almohads came in, and I
And then
think they came
right,
from
and then
as
the
far
Almo
south as Senegal. So
Senegal,
yeah,
right,
if they came from as
right,
far south as Senegal and they had a king, then you couldn't say that these people were just fucking slaves. No, they was a part
right.
of the Muslim conquest and the holding of the Iberian Peninsula. You dig what I'm saying? So if everybody told the shit correctly, right, everybody would get something out of it. The same way with Egyptian history, right? If we wasn't so at each other's throats over it, right, we would get a more clear understanding of it. Now, am I denying that racism existed? You know what I mean, or didn't play a part, or that the Arabs and the Berbers didn't look at the darker Muslims a certain type of way? Yes, they did. We got their records. You dig what I'm saying? But we can't act like these people didn't enter the Iberian Peninsula as kings in their own rights also. You dig what I'm saying? And not just as
Mhm.
slaves. You know what I mean? So that part, you know what I mean? Did they
Nah,
have
but
the first part
when
did
the
have
Umayyads,
a slave army with them. You dig what I'm saying? But that's nuance. We
nah,
can get into that.
there's actually no record of that. The first time they have like a record of a so-called quote unquote slave army,
Mm-hmm.
which is often they're referring to the Black Guard of I forgot the caliph's name, but that's down in the that's closer to the I think it's either the Mamluk or the Ottoman Turk period. Like that's
Mm-hmm.
way further, you know what I'm saying, in much more recent history. But if we're talking about the Umayyad invasion, right? There's nothing like, let's say the power source was from Baghdad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say the Arabs were they had main agency then. And Tariq and them basically saw, or they were a part, or they were a contingent of that overall empire. Let's say that empire was being run by the Arabs in Baghdad, right? Or that was like their power, they main headquarters, for lack of a better term.
Mm-hmm.
And Tariq and them, quote unquote, the Berbers were like a contingency of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they saw uh, a weakness in the Visigothic army, because I don't know if you know about the story. The dude daughter got touched by Roderick, and he basically told the Berbers, "Hey, look, y'all can run up in here. They weak, da 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 da." They ran up in there. Now they could have did that on their own agency, right? Like they
Mm-hmm.
saw an opening and they took it, and then the Arabs came and said, "Hey, good work, niggas. Now move out the way." You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
It could have went that. You feel me? It could have went like that, but those Tuareg, um, particularly the Sanhaja, the Mazmuda, the Lamtuna Berbers, quote unquote Berbers,
Mm-hmm.
those are the people who Alfonso X and them, and this is during that initial invasion. That's who they were describing as black as pitch and broad nose and woolly haired. It was those those Amazigh / Berbers from North Africa that were being described as that. There were no sub-Saharans, quote unquote. There wasn't a group from sub-Saharan. There wasn't a sub-Saharan contingent that was a part of Tariq's, to my knowledge. I'm thinking back. That was a part of that initial invading force. You get what I'm saying? So them descriptions of them people is not of people from regions south of the Sahara. They were describing those Amazigh, particularly from the Sanhaja and the Mazmuda, those specific clans of the so-called Berbers. You know, but I think where the cognitive dissonance comes in is, far as we know, North Africa is the Rick Fox, French Montana niggas. So how could these Rick Fox, French Montana, Yasser Arafat, Gaddafi niggas be being described as being black as pitch and broad in nose and all of that? It can't be them, because North Africans are not that. You get it? We starting with the conclusion, and then we fit in the narrative to fit. We work in the narrative to fit to the conclusion, as opposed to just going with the evidence. And the evidence we have is the description of the people that were there, the way how they describe them, and then the depictions. Even if you go back to the Roman period, right? When they use the word Mori Mori, they were specifically referring to those people from Mauritania, which is modern day Algeria and Morocco, right?
Okay.
But if you go back to those Roman descriptions again, them descriptions don't line up with Rick Fox and French Montana.
Yo, you got a bad case of colorism,
yo. How?
Because now we'll get into what's black to you. You dig what I'm saying? And it will rule out people who don't look like you. So you narrow it down. You dig what I'm saying? You don't give black diversity and phenotype. You dig what I'm saying? So that's kind of, you know what I mean? You very narrow in that.
Nah, but Chef, when you say the North Africans wasn't black, when you say the Moors for the most, when you say the North Africans of today aren't black, right? You agree with that, right? For the most part.
Yes.
Of course, there are black people there, but for the most part, they're not black, right? So that's what I'm getting at when I'm using words like Gaddafi or Rick Fox. I'm referring to like what the predominant modern North African phenotype is today. That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
And what I'm saying is, if you look at not the descriptions by the Romans of who those people in Morocco and Algeria were at that time, it don't line up with, and not just the descriptions, how they depict them in artwork too, because the Romans have artwork of those people. You know that, right? They have artwork. Yeah, they have artwork and painting of those people that was inhabiting Morocco and Algeria in that time period. And it don't match up with the predominant modern day North African phenotype. I'm not saying that they are not the Moors or who's not I'm just stating a fact. the fact is, the artwork from the Romans, right, and then subsequent groups like the Europeans, etc., of the people who are living in that area don't match up with Ramesses. They don't look like that nigga dumb. It don't.
This guy.
It just don't, bruh. What you think? You think I'm capping on that, or
No, you done sent me a number of troubling things over the last couple months, right? Would the guy make those recreations, right? And for some reason, he always got the people. You ever seen what's the guy name that Wu Jai and them and Unc and them used to follow? The cult leader.
you think about talking about York,
Dr. York, right? You ever see his books? You ever seen any of his books? Right? And why do all of the people in the Bible and the Quran have the same artistic look about them? Right? It's like yo used to draw the same. It was his art style or whatever artist that was making it, right? And it seems like whoever making these recreations, these people got the same look to it. It's always a sub-Saharan look to it. You dig what I'm saying? So, and it's not giving credence to the physical diversity that's in North Africa. I would take it more serious if it gave you, if it showed people that I would consider black, you probably wouldn't consider black, right? That had a range of features that would be more associated with that region of the world. You dig what I'm saying? But his shit never looks like that. Right? So it's like, yo, how do these motherfuckers look like they come straight out of fucking Kenya all the way up in fucking Egypt? Why would it look like that? You dig what I'm saying? So that's problematic to me, right? Because it's not even regionally realistic. You see what I'm saying? Like you and I'm not saying that that you can't depict people with a range of phenotype that I would consider black, because my family has a range of phenotypes and we're all black, and nobody in America wouldn't call us black. You dig what I'm saying? So if that's the litmus, if you would say people could have that range and we could still call them black, I could take your argument, sir.
Hey, Chef, let's have some fun. I don't know how much time you got left, right? Let's have some fun, bro. We gonna drive the North African, cause Banoob in the house too, right? We gonna drive our North African brothers crazy, cause I want to share my screen and pull up monologue reconstruction. I think
I'm not looking at that crazy shit. No, bro, I go to sleep before I look at that nut ass shit. Like, yo, he not even see, and that's the whole point, right? This is the so you contradict yourself, right? This is where because you saying you don't have a dog in the fight and you're just here for the honest discussion. That shit is not honest, bro. That shit is not honest, bro. Like that stuff like that, right? Lord so hold on. King's monologue, right, is not honest in his artistic rendering.
Representation.
That's not even honest, right? So even when you get into your Morris shit, right? Lord Abba and them they're not realistic in their because you have to give credence to the diversity of North Africa. And then you have to give credence to the scarcity, right, of sub-Saharan African types in North Africa. I'm not saying that they're not there, but they're not there as a majority. The same way I wouldn't say that black people are, I would never say that black people is not in North America, but we're not the majority. So if you show an American, right, you couldn't show the average American and put an African American in there. That just wouldn't be fucking true. 11 to 12% of the population, more than likely, people are gonna see more white people. That would be the overall. And then when you look at the presidents, the majority of the presidents would be who? White people, because they're the majority of the fucking population. So if somebody was to go back in history and then dig up all of the presidents and then say, okay, I'm gonna look at the statues of Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, and just because black people was there, I'm gonna recreate them as black people, I'm gonna say, that's fucking cap. That's fucking cap. Now, if you pulled Barack Obama and
crazy?
Go ahead. My bad.
What's crazy is I'm surprised you see it that way, because for me, when I look at his shit, I see a lot of diversity in it. I think for you looking for Ramses. You looking for that type up in there. You looking for Zahi Hawass. You looking for you know what I'm talking about? That little dark-haired, straight-haired, that type one really, you don't see it in the artwork though. That's why, look, bro. Hold on, bro. I really want to get your opinion.
No. So hold on. So, who was I talking to about this? I was talking to in the back. Okay. So I'm saying that the people that Dr. Benningham was talking about that was black is the same people that was in Egypt, is the same people that y'all saying now ain't black. That's who Dr. Benningham was pointing to, the Ethiopian type. Hold on, Dr. Benningham was saying that the Ethiopians and that phenotype was the black people that was in Egypt, and that's what they were saying. Now y'all saying that no, those people are not black. So y'all just made Dr. Benningham fucking wrong. Y'all just threw the scholars in them out the fucking door, and I'm saying that they were wrong.
So hold on. If I describe homeboy Ramesses, the one that be in the chat, because you seen his picture in the Discord, right?
Yes, sir.
If I say he's not black, you disagree with that?
No, I agree he's not black.
Right. If I say Zahi Hawass not black, you disagree with that?
No, I don't.
Right. But that phenotype is much more prevalent in North Africa than the Nilotic phenotype. So I don't see what we...
So hold on. So you would say that they not black, but I don't know if you said this, but I had Corey and them say that goddamn what's my man name?
Omar.
Huh?
And Iman.
No, what's my man name? Goddamn, from the Somali yo.
From Somalia?
My Somali brother, he on here with us. Oh man. Isonic. I done heard people in the African American community that's arguing for Black Egypt say Asonic is not black. What?
Yeah, but we already know what Corey on. If you don't look like Don Cheadle, you not black to Corey.
And you be pulling the same shit.
No, I don't, bro.
So if Asonic and the Somalis and the Horners, right, is not black, that's who, and the Ethiopians, that's who Dr. Benningham was pointing to.
Chef, did you forget that I'm the one that asked Corey if if he considered Congresswoman Ilhan Omar to be black? Did you forget that?
No.
And he was like, no.
That's crazy shit.
Right. And me and you were agreeing that phenotypically she would fall in the range of what we describe as black today.
Yes, sir.
So I think you might got me mixed up with some other people. There's plenty of phenotypical diversity within the what we would call black people.
Right.
Because
Okay.
an Nguni man, an Nguni from South Africa, or a Zoja from South Africa, right? Don't look like a Kenyan for the most part, right? They don't look like Lupita Nyong'o. Like Nelson Mandela don't look like Lupita Nyong'o, right? And
Right.
Iman, you know Iman the model that
The
was in
model.
Remember the Time,
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Time video,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
She don't look like Yaphet Kotto. So I think you might have me mixed up with somebody else, and I think you're not being fair to King's monologue, because I think he does an excellent job in capturing the phenotypic diversity, of those people. Because like an Afar man, right? A person that's an Afar don't look like me or you,
I agree.
right?
Right.
And in his reproductions, he got the Afar type. He got the Horner type. I see it in there. He got the South African type. I see it in there, bro. The type that
So hold on. So look at the chat. So Astro87 says South Africans are mixed, dumbass. So when does mixed mean you're not black no more? So if that's the case, why do you see? This is where they are.
They being
They be disingenuous.
Right.
You dig what I'm saying? Because if mixed mean you're not black no more, then they are basically trying to put West Africans, right, in that phenotype in the one group and saying that everybody else is completely different from them. That's the most racist shit. You dig what I'm saying? That they pull, and I have a problem with everybody who pull that shit, because it's something disgusting in what they're doing when they all supposed to be African. But it's something disgusting and very racist that they're doing right there. And I got a real problem with that. You dig what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Yeah, that's the true Negro.
Yeah.
The true Negro motif.
Yeah, they don't understand how crazy that is. And they do it constantly. They do it constantly, right? They basically are putting the true Negro phenotype, right? And they're saying that these people are different from everybody else. You dig what I'm saying? And they do this and it makes me mad that other black people actually let them do that shit. They don't understand how dangerous that is. That's how white people try to separate us from the human family. You dig what I'm saying? And then this is where all of the the discrimination comes from, right? So they told these East Africans that, right, they called them black at first, but to separate them from everybody, from the West African, right, they said, y'all not black no more. You dig what and you fell for that shit. You feel me? You fell for that shit because you allowed these other Africans to be treated like that, and you participated in that shit. You feel me? So I hate when they let these North Africans do that dumbass shit. You feel me?
I don't get bothered by it at
that
all.
Shit
like,
bothers me, man.
Not me. I'm not invested like that, man. That's why I think you got me. Like the picture you have of me, or what you think my worldview is, I think you might got me a little misconstrued, bro. It don't matter to me like that, because I know what's going on. Like even today in North Africa, a lot of them, like in Algeria and Morocco, if you was to see their grandmother, chef, you'd be like, what the fuck? It's just like the same shit that's going on in the Dominican Republic, bro. Nigga, I'm talking about people in Algeria and Morocco look straight like goddamn French Montana or even Ramses, right? And then you see their grandmother, and grandmother looking like Miss Annie Mae from South Carolina, bro. I promise you, bro. Like, I just started really looking into that shit. I'm like, damn. And them women in like Algeria and Morocco, they catch hell, chef.
Mm-hmm.
They tell them, you not Algerian, you not Moroccan.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the daughter of, or the granddaughter or the grandchildren will be like, what the fuck is you talking about? Like, that's my grandmother. But the grandchildren will have straight hair. They'll look like that prototypical modern North African type.
So
You feel me?
look, Astro 87 says 11 million slaves transported to North Africa. So you will believe that there was no black people in North Africa before your slave trade. If it's Berbers, right, all the way down in Niger, right, and all of these, so the Berber can go anywhere he want and end up in Africa, but the so-called black African can't. The only reason that the black African exists in North Africa is because of slavery.
Slavery, yeah. Hey, chef, do you know that?
That is, y'all are racist as a motherfucker.
But chef, you gotta understand, bro. Like, you gotta study that region more. Like, you gotta understand that shit is so ingrained in those cultures. Like the way, like that shit is taught in their schools, chef. Like, it's so embedded in the culture. You can't even, I don't even necessarily get upset at the individuals like a Astro 87 or a Ramses, or, you feel what I'm saying? I really don't, bro, because it's bigger than them. It's bigger than them, dog. Listen, bro, in all of those North African countries, and even the Horner countries, Somalia is real bad for it, right? The people who present as black from a physical standpoint, where it's like unmistakable, in all of those countries, they catch hell. They got derogatory terms for them. Like in Somalia, they talk about the Jirek and the Jalak, where they talk about having the soft hair versus the more coarser hair, and having the big lips. And in Morocco, they'll call the people who look black a bead, and which is, means slave. Even the word Haritan, they use the word Haritan as synonymous with slave. But the Haritans will tell you, we was never no fucking slaves. We've been here. You feel me? So that shit is embedded in those cultures, bro. Like, you're not gonna, a lot of them, for them, they being honest, chef, they not even trying to be racist. Like, that's just their worldview. That's how they were taught. That's what their grandmother, that's what their auntie believed. That's what their grandmother believed. That's what they learned in school. That's what's reinforced in their media. Like, that's literally the reality. If you look like this, then you were never a part of this region of Africa. This region of Africa was always reserved, or maybe not always. They'll probably go to the phylogenetic tree and give you some E1B1A mumbo jumbo and say, for the last 23,000 years, North Africa has looked like Zahi Hawass.
And that's why the conversations don't fucking go nowhere. You dig what I'm saying? Because the moment you jump over, that shit is crazy, right? To say that these people, oh my God. Go ahead, Haskell. That's, you know what I mean? I'm just reading the chat. They bananas.
Yeah, I ain't even reading the chat. They going crazy, right?
Yeah, y'all can go over the Chief X channel with all that bullshit. You feel me? Because for some reason, and I think I did a bad job arguing against Unc and them with Black Egypt, where motherfuckers for some reason thought I was fucking racist or something. Because for some reason, I don't even want y'all to feel comfortable with half the shit y'all saying over this motherfucker. You feel me? Like, that's crazy. I don't believe Egypt was black. but I'm not against black people. You feel me? So half the shit y'all say, y'all can go back over on Chief X channel and talk all of that shit. Just because I don't believe that the Moors was black, you dig what I'm saying? I still like black people. So some of the shit y'all say is fucking offensive to me. Y'all can say that in Chief X chat. It might not be offensive to him, but I feel some type way about that shit. You feel me? Like, I'm a proud black man. You know what I mean? And all of the shit that we say ain't fucking wrong. You dig what I'm saying? So that, go ahead, Joe. I just gotta say that. So some y'all need to calm all that shit down because y'all got a little too motherfucking comfortable around this motherfucker. I would never go on a North African channel and say half the shit that y'all feel comfortable with saying over this motherfucker. And I'm agreeable to y'all position for the most part. Go ahead,
All
Joe.
right, so Chef, look, I'm sharing my screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can see my screen?
Let me get it. Let me see. How the fuck did I do that? Go here. Then I'm gonna do high school screen share. Boom. Come on with this dumb shit, yo.
All right, hold on. I want to get your opinion, right? So this is his reconstruction of Nefertiti, right? Would you say that this woman looks like this woman,
Hold on, let me pull it up.
or are those two completely different phenotypes?
Hold on. Y'all, he tripping, y'all. Let me get my mouse right. I want y'all to see this. This is where Haskell loses everybody, y'all.
I don't know how this loses you though. Like, what's unfair in these reconstructions? What's wild? I don't get it.
What the hell is your screen share? All right. Boom. Haskell screen share. Boom.
How you was able to see it before? I don't understand.
No, it's up. I gotta make it bigger.
Cause you just saw the Nefertiti one.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, it's up.
All right. So can you see what I got on right now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you see the artwork to the left, right?
Yes.
That he's basing the reconstruction off.
Hold on, let me make sure everybody can see it. This shit is crazy, y'all. Why are you putting me through this shit tonight?
Nah, but I really want to see what you thinking, like, cause I'm like, what is you saying? Like, did he divert significantly from the artwork? Is you looking at it?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm trying to get it on
Okay,
the
so that
screen.
statue on the so you're saying that statue on the bottom left compared to what his humanistic representation on the right, he did some wild shit. No. He for real. And the other thing I want to ask is this phenotype the same as this phenotype? Those are two clearly different phenotypes, right?
Yeah.
Right. This would be more in that Horner Iman type. You feel me? So there's plenty. When I look, all right, look at this one. I always show you this one, right?
Right. That
Remember
looks spot on.
Right. So what is we talking about, bruh? He not pulling these shits out his ass. Now, some of them could be more controversial, right? All right, so let's go to a more controversial one, right? This you'll probably say is wild.
That's wild.
Right? So this is supposed to be Jadefre, right? And this is the artwork that he went off of. This bust right here. Now, what I will say is this, Chef. For the one I showed you before, which is Queen T, we have her complexion depicted in the artwork, so he could go off of that. That's fair.
Okay.
I don't know what he's using as far as the complexion is concerned for this king. You get me?
Right.
So I could say that this one may not necessarily be fair, even if the facial features line up. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know what he's getting the skin color from for that one right there. But all right, let's go to Narmer. Or let's go to Tut. Tut don't look like a West African. That look like an East African to me, bro. You telling me that's not a fair representation?
That looks fair.
Right.
But I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
That's King Tutankhamun, King Tut, nigga. And on the bottom left, that's the artwork that he basing his shit off of.
I don't know about this shit, Haskell.
Nigga, that look like your son. What is you talking about?
I don't know about this. This is
So wait. Hold on. You looking at the artwork on the bottom left and the top left, right?
Yeah.
So his representation is at the bottom right. You're seeing a departure from the artwork?
I don't know if you can gauge that with that, because I think you can find people in Egypt, right, that looks like the statues of the Egyptians. That, you dig what I'm saying? It's almost like when when they take Native Americans, right, and then they put African American, right, next to them, and that shit can be tricky right there. You dig what I'm saying? Because phenotype, you dig what I'm saying? In certain art, it don't come. I don't know about it, but keep on, go ahead. You dig what I'm saying?
But the complexion is there.
I don't want to sound like I'm just disagreeing just to disagree, but this shit don't feel. It don't feel. I could be being tricked right here. So go ahead.
I could hear you and feeling like you have a little trepidation, but
right.
There's nothing here that you could look at and say this is wild, because you were describing him as being wild previously. But that's not a wild representation, and that don't look like no West African. Can we agree on that? That don't look like LeBron James, nigga. That look like an East African to me.
Yeah, that's a fact.
Right. So he do got range in this shit, bruh. Hold on, let me see if he got. All right. So this supposed to be Akhenaten, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, that look like one of them Afar niggas, bruh. That don't look like no West African or no nigga from the Congo.
But so you're saying that black figure looks more like the statue. Now, what if we painted that statue if we tried it in another color? You dig what I'm saying? You saying that wouldn't work also? Hold on. So you're saying that wouldn't work also?
No, because they have the artwork. They have other artwork that corresponds with what he's using for the color. Remember this one that you said was spot on? Her right here? Let me go back.
Queen Ty.
Right? You said
that looks spot on.
Chef, that's his mama. So we got a framework for what the general complexion would be.
No, I'm saying the way. you know they have other representations of her, and they say that that's just the color of the wood that it was carved on.
Chef,
No, I'm
Chef,
just.
that would
You hold on. So Haskell, what you have to do is look at all of the evidence. You got to look at both
okay.
fucking sides of it. You know what I
All
mean?
right, let's be fair. Let's be fair, right? Let's go to the more European representation of Queen T that Ramses would probably agree with. All right, hold on. Queen T reconstruction. One that's like a lot more European looking. See, these ones are still too black. I want that one that they had that's looking like a straight up. Damn, they don't got that. They don't got that one in here. Oh, I think that's it right there. Is that it?
Yeah.
All right, you can see that one.
Uh-huh.
All right. So, would you say that this one is? It could be, because that's supposed to be her. Queen T,
Yeah.
right? So, to your estimation, that would be more in fitting with what we typically would see as a North African, like compared to.
Hold on. Yeah, because you got to be real about what's there, Haskell, is my point. You know what I mean? You can't just superimpose a whole nother phenotype on a region. You dig what I'm saying? You got to accept that the phenotype that's there is a part of the phenotype diversity, and it just, look at the mummy. So now if you look, this shit is crazy. You on this wild ass goddamn Android, yo. Shit's disgusting. This shit is disgusting, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to get this whole thing in this motherfucker. See on it. Why the fuck is it?
How about this one right here? Ramses them would love this.
So,
You can see that one, Chef.
uh-huh.
How about that one?
No, go back to the mummy.
This got the mummy too. Look, there's the mummy.
I can't see. It's fucking
How you can't see it? That's the mummy is on the left. You can't see it.
Yeah, I see it now. I'm gotta resize this. So now when you look at the mummy, right?
Right.
Now, so when you look at the mummy, so either somebody is lying. See, this is what y'all gotta do. Y'all gotta say either they lying about the mummy or they lying about, or the statue is not, that black statue is actually what they're saying it is. It's just on that type of wood. But it was painted another color, but it's worn. You dig what I'm saying? Because if this is the mummy, right? Then how could the fucking statue look like that? And then when we look at the tomb art, nobody went in there, right? So the tomb art presents her more like this.
No, it does not.
Pull it
You
up.
got to show that.
Pull
No,
it
it
up.
doesn't.
You got your joint open.
Queen T tomb art.
How you spell Queen T?
TIYE.
T-I-Y-E. Okay.
Probably what you referring to this right here?
Mm-hmm.
See, you got to be so careful with these images, bro.
Oh, now you got to be careful with. No, you need to be careful with
No,
the images.
because look,
You and King's monologue got
bro.
to be careful with the images.
You know how many of these wall paintings they be fading out and changing the color and all that shit? Like, look, that bust I showed you with the wood, like wood doesn't get colors don't get darker over time on wood, bro. That's not how that works.
But look at the tomb art. So you got to say that there's a discrepancy here.
That's a huge discrepancy.
So you're saying that the tomb art faded on
No, I don't know. I don't know about that particular tomb art, but I've seen art where they completely faded it, like it looks
that
night and
wasn't
day.
one of them though.
I don't know.
All of the colors, hold on. If you go back to it, all of the colors, the original colors is still present on that motherfucker. So you can't do that about that one.
You want me to go back?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold on. I think it was right here.
Right. All of the colors is still present in there. Look, she's not the same color as the wall. That's color on her skin. If it was worn, it would be the same color as the wall. So all of the color is still there on that motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't know, Chef.
Oh my God, Joe. Now we
No. I don't know. Meaning I don't know what the explanation is, because the color, if this is supposed to be Queen T, that's a huge discrepancy between
King's monologue.
No, not just King's monologue. I'm talking about the bust of Queen T.
All right, so fuck that bust.
Would you agree with that?
So hold on. So is it a discrepancy with the mummy? Now then you have to explain the mummy also.
Well, ain't nothing wrong with the mummy, bro. That mummy could be consistent. You can't tell skin color from a mummy. So
she got ginger hair. She got ginger European hair. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but in this wall tomb, her hair is not ginger, bro.
True.
So what is that saying?
They wore wigs. What is wrong with you? You ain't know that?
So she had ginger hair. She was a red. Hold on. So she was a redhead.
According to the mummy, yes. And what she has on her head, more than likely, the Egyptians wore wigs because they had a lice. They had real bad infestations of lice. So they shaved their heads and they put wigs on, bro. But we can see her true hair is in that motherfucking mummy.
I could buy that for $1, right, Chef? I could buy that for $1. But then here's a problem you run into. The representation that we see of her bust in terms of the skin color, let's just isolate it to skin color, complexion right now, is consistent with all the other members of that dynasty. You feel me? So if she's pale skinned, because that's in this tomb, that's a very pale skinned woman.
Yes, it is.
That's a pale skinned woman, right? So then that would mean that the wall representations of her husband, Amenhotep, Akhenaten, or no, I'm sorry, that would be Amenhotep III. Sorry, the representations that we see of King Tut and all them supposed to be much lighter and much more pale skin. Like what I'm saying is, the color that we see on that bust is consistent with the color of that dynasty. Like we see a consistent pattern. That pale skin that we seeing on that tomb, that's compared to all the other members in that dynasty, it's a departure from the consistent complexion. You
Look,
get what I'm saying?
yeah, y'all can make them whatever y'all want them to be. I think it is jumping through too many hoops. You feel me? I think it's jumping through too many hoops. So if we got the mummy and we got the wall art,
Mm-hmm.
and then the explanation for this, they give an explanation for this,
This bus.
this bus right there. You dig what I'm saying? And then they say that is not even the hair. They say that's a crown or some type of head covering. You know what I mean? That's making that. So listen, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't think that the Egyptians looked at like that lady on the right that you got up there. I don't think that would be a consistent phenotype for that region of the world. That's just me. You feel me? Or for that region of Africa, that's just me. Was it people like that who looked like that who probably lived in Egypt? I'm sure. You dig what I'm saying? Would they have been the majority? Probably not. You dig what I'm saying? That's just like with the Hebrew Israelites. Do I think it was somebody that you can consider black in ancient Israel? Yeah. But was that the majority of the population? No, it wasn't. That would have been a minority of the population. And how that phenotype got there, who knows? But it wouldn't have been the majority. So it's the same argument that I had for the Hebrew Israelites. You know what I mean? But I know that your religion argues different. You know what I mean?
All right, let's go.
With
Let's go
that region of
to
the world.
let's go to what's the name? Let's go to Narmer, right? I don't know what he's using. Now, would you say compared to the predominant phenotype in North Africa today, would you say based on this bus that this is a departure from like you know what I'm saying? Like you ain't gonna find too many of them looking like this, especially with that big ass nose like that. Is that fair?
I don't know
I'm sure
what
they're there.
I don't know
I'm not
what I'm looking at. That could be a fucking Asian for all I know, bro. That could
That's
be a
fine.
motherfucking
It
Chinese
could.
man for all I know. You can attribute so many different varying phenotypes to this or people like to just
Good, but again, but chef, according to scholarship, they
more than
say this
likely,
is
more than likely,
they
it
say
wouldn't be a
this is
Chinese
normal,
looking person because they all way on the other side of the world.
right? There
Yeah,
you go.
I'm bullshitting. You're right.
So we could right. Thank you, bro. So we could eliminate that,
Yeah,
bro.
we can eliminate that. All right, I was
So
bullshitting. Y'all hear that, chat? You see how I can pull back and know when I'm bullshitting? Go ahead.
you see how two real people could have a conversation and have fun with it?
Mm-hmm.
Like Chef just stuck a monkey wrench in my whole Queen T shit with that tomb shit. And I had to keep it. I had to keep it I had to keep it 100. It's a big discrepancy between that bust and that tomb painting.
That's a fact.
That's real. That's just keeping it real. And he just kept it real just now. Right? Now, would you agree that insofar as this phenotype, as far as what we could see, particularly that nose, right? Even though you could find Arabs with a nose like that and shit, this ain't like typical in North Africa. Is that fair to say?
If you feel as though that looks sub-Saharan African, then I would say, yeah, the sub-Saharan African phenotype wouldn't be typical to Egypt at this point in time. No,
He
it
looked
wouldn't.
to me, he looked like a South African dude, like an Nguni, dude, right?
Why the fuck would a South African motherfucker be all the way up in Egypt ruling?
No, I said he looks like
Right,
Chef.
right. So
That
that's what
don't
I'm
mean he
saying.
from South Africa, bro.
They said he looked like Darvin Ham. Fucking hilarious. Yo, y'all funny as shit in the chat. That is hilarious. Go ahead. My bad.
In the text corpus of the people themselves, Chef, they say that this is where they come from. They say this is where their ancestors originate from, is from the Great Lakes region. Were you aware? Are you aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so you underinformed. In their text corpus, they say this where they come from the beginning of the Nile. And then the civilization moved down the Nile until it quote unquote flowered. See, you think of Egypt as that confluence area. You stuck in that confluence shit, way up in the north in that confluence area.
Mm-hmm.
When they talk about Nakata 1 and Nakata 2, that's down in the area they call Luxor today, Thebes and all that. That area is not an area of confluence, bro. I think that's where I
No,
think
hold on.
that's where the disconnect
No,
is.
I think the disconnect comes from the statement that you just made. Do you think that's a true statement that you just made? That their
Which one, as
text
far as
corpus, you said that their text corpus say that they come from
Mhm.
where?
From their ancestors come from the Great Lakes region.
And you said
When
the
they talk about
Egyptians said that?
yeah, the whole land where happy dwells and the river, the mount of the river and all that shit.
No, that's not true.
All right, we gonna have to get smashed on them on that.
They
'Cause
never nobody has been able to find that yet.
I don't know.
Dr. Ben lied. And even Reggie said he never found that. He don't know where Dr. Ben got that shit from. Dr. Ben was fucking lying. That's not in no text corpus that we found. I can repeat it. I remember when Dr. Ben said it. I can pull up the video. He said, they say we come from the beginning of the Nile, at the foothills of the mountain of the moon, where the god Happy dwells. And he said that's the Great Lake regions of central fucking Africa, down in Tanzania, some motherfucking where.
Right.
Yeah, that's not in the, no. It never said that.
All right, we gonna have to figure that out. I could be wrong on that because I don't know the language and all of that stuff, but I
No, I'm
do
saying
know.
that whole thing. See, you got a bunch of fucked up
I
information.
don't
So
think
you,
that I don't think that came. I don't think that came from Dr. Ben though.
that definitely came from Dr. Ben. I promise you.
I don't know where he got that from.
Yeah, he don't know where he pulled it out his ass. That's where he got it from. You feel me? That the Egyptians came from fucking
It
Central
was all a
Africa.
dream.
You really believe that shit? God damn, Logic, what's up? You see what I'm going through over here, Logic? Hold on.
I see what you're going through, man. And I wanted to try to and what's up to you also, Haskell, man.
What's up, bro?
See if I could attempt to bring some clarity to the conversation. Because when trying to like sort it out with the lookership thing is always going to be hard, right? Because we don't. I mean, what is a I haven't really heard y'all say black, but like y'all trying to narrow it down to these particular features in this particular region, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so whole time what you're really trying to do is push the line further and further and further south because that's what fits the narrative, right? I mean, let's just be honest. You want them to have come from the south because that fits the narrative that you're trying to run with, right? So I'm gonna share something right quick.
Go, let me unshare. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
It just says entire screen. Yeah, put the entire screen up there. Can y'all see that?
Hold on. Hey, y'all, that's Logic, by the way, that's talking. Let me get you a screen share. Boom. Yeah. You said you sharing?
Yeah. Can you see it?
Hold on, let me.
It
Yeah,
says
I
it's
can
sharing.
see it. It's a wiki article.
It's a wiki article. Yep.
Here we go.
But when I go to, well, like when I'm looking at what Chef looking at, he's
Hold on,
looking
I'm
at
about to
something.
pull it up. I'm about to pull it up.
Okay.
Logic share. Boom. I wasn't prepared for all y'all presentations and
It's not a
I was
presentation.
trying to
real,
smoke Chief X out. All right, it's up. Go.
Chief X, he gave himself a lot of room to work with, man. He did his thing, you know. He ain't really let you pin him down to what he said or didn't say, and you know, to be honest with you, he kind of sort of like admitted that he could have been wrong too, which is that's the big man thing to do right there. Say I'm not perfect, and you know, so he did some of that. He did some of both. He did some of you can't get me, and I also am wrong at times. You know, he did both of them, but you know, he did his thing. Anyway, so what I'm showing you about the biogeography, right? It's like you really this is what you really should expect, you know, from that particular region. When you're talking about diversity, right? You really should expect to see that. You see this particular line right here on the map where you can see it's like a little tannish, whitish, and then it's yellow on the bottom. Right. So you could easily see where Egypt would be at with that, right? It's literally running right through the middle of it, damn near, right? So, you know, for the most part, the area of concern is North Egypt. Keep that in mind, right? So it says biogeography is a study of distribution of species and ecosystems in geographical space and through geographical time. Organisms and biological, communities often vary in a regular fashion along geographical gradients of latitude. Oh shit. Of latitude, elevation, isolation, and habitat area. Photogeography is the branch of biogeography that studies the distribution of plants. Zoogeography is the branch that studies the distribution of animals, right? And we would fall into that category, right? So basically, what this line is saying is that above this line, you're going to see a different gradient than you would below this line, right? So basically,
a gradient in terms of what? Skin color?
In terms of plants and animals.
Well, we talking about humans. We're not.
They
I'm not
animals.
interested in.
Humans are animals. Hold on. Humans are animals in that scenario.
Right.
Yeah, but the discussion we have, and he said he was going to show something that brought a little bit more clarity to the discussion that we were having.
Yeah, he is. You don't see what he's doing?
About people. So no, I asked him for some clarity. When he say gradient,
I'm trying to bring it on, right? So you're talking. So the people in concern are the people or the original people of Egypt, right?
Right. So are you saying by gradient, are you referring to complexion? That's all I asked.
No. So what I'm saying is this is the bottom line to what I'm saying. The further you go south, you are going to see different groups than you are going to see in the north, right? And we're talking about original populations at this point. So as you attempt to merge those people, as you attempt to go higher and higher and higher up the map of where you're saying that those people originated from, it stops making sense because of this gradation line. Because of where biogeography says you're going to find those particular type of people. They're going to be below the gradient line. So those people
What type of people are we talking about?
Those people that you're saying are in the South.
Which is what?
Which is the darker skinned people.
Okay, thank you. See, I don't like doing all that dancing. That's all
I'm not dancing.
Just come up the middle.
Yeah, I'm not dancing.
You were saying based on biogeography, the light-skinned niggas would be up in that area above the green line. And is that red line commensurate with what we would call the Sahara? Pretty much.
Don't give me the line. Don't give me the line. I just know it runs smack dab through the middle of Egypt, as you can see it right there. And there's actually a term for it called the Russell line, the Russell Wallace line. That's a real scientific term that you're looking at right
Got
there.
it.
So you shouldn't be trying. This map really shows you that you shouldn't be trying to blend or move this line, right, to bring the people from the South further north than where they belong, right? They belong below that line. You get what I'm saying?
I got you.
Okay, so
that's the argument, is that this line basically is a like a phenotypic divider.
I mean, since you want to talk about it in those particular terms, what you're saying that those dark-skinned, nappy-head people are going to be below that line, right? And those bigger nose, straighter haired people are going to be above that line. That's it.
A person, so long as they're coming right straight up the middle. That's all I ask, bro.
Right.
See, because these people, not you, but academia, they'll play these games all day long. They'll do it with linguistics. They'll do it with, Kleins. They'll do it with Russell lines and blah, 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 blah. And they'll come up with all these highfalutin and scientific and multisyllabic words just to say the niggas is down here and the light-skinned, straight-haired niggas, people is up here. Right?
Yeah.
That's all they're saying. So you're saying it's impossible for the people who I'm saying that artwork represent based on geography.
Nobody is saying that it's impossible for human beings to move.
What it's saying.
I'm trying to keep it within the language that you're trying to force me to use, right? So I'm not going to sit here and say that you wouldn't find any darker skin people above that line, but you're certainly not going to find the majority of them.
Chef, it come back to what I was saying. In North Africa, I guess what's the word I'm looking for? The consensus is North Africa would be the Rick Fox, Zahi Hawass.
Yes.
Motherfuckers.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. Originally.
And by originally, are we going back?
We talking about 20 plus thousand
years, right? Of just about.
We're talking about before. We're talking about
way before Egypt,
pre-dynastic. Yes,
right. So I mean, you didn't, Brother Logic. I thank you for what you shared, but it didn't give me. I already know what mainstream science position is. See, when you talk about 23,000 years, now you're going into phylogeny and the phylogenetic tree. When they say that 23,000 years, you are aware that that's what that's based on, right?
What's your point?
My point is that the phylogenetic tree is hypothetical. Period. I don't put any stock into phylogeny and phylogenetic tree. It's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo that some Europeans made up.
The parts that you don't like and the parts you do like.
Yeah.
No. It's not what I like and don't like. It's what they say.
But it's hypothetical based on tangible things.
Let me share my screen.
Their hypothetical is going to be way more scrutinized and what's the other word? Like
there's only
diligent than our
hypothetical logic.
Go ahead.
So we gonna do this real easy. Cause we didn't. I ain't
gonna be up too much long.
Yeah, I'm about to shut it down there. Go ahead.
It won't take long at all. So I asked the AI overview, is the phylogenetic tree hypothetical? This isn't Haskell. This isn't Haskell want the Egyptians to be some big lip Bubba Gump looking niggas. This is what scientific consensus says. Yes, a phylogenetic tree is considered hypothetical because it represents a scientist's best guess about evolutionary relationships between organisms based on available evidence
And
and
what's it
cannot
based on
be.
again?
Oh my
And
God. You just killed
you want me to
yourself,
read it again?
Haskell.
I'll start
Yeah,
over.
what is it based on
Let him
again?
read. No, let him read it again.
No, I'll read it.
Good.
I have no problem with what part you want me to read, Logic.
I'm asking you a specific question. So they say it's based on what?
It's based on a scientist's best guess about evolutionary relationships between organisms based on available evidence.
Okay, based
What you
on available evidence,
right?
right? So you want me to base it on unavailable evidence?
No, I'm just telling you that it's hypothetical. I didn't
Okay,
add or take away.
I
Hold on,
didn't
so let me
disagree that
finish
that's
reading.
hypothetical, right? So let's finish the
Hold
paragraph,
on, hold
right?
on, hold on.
Let's see if you
Let me
really
finish
are
reading.
understanding this.
Let me finish. I know you guys can always understand. We're
I'm
the
not
ones
being
who are.
jumpy, yo. I'm
We're
trying to make sure you're really catching what they're saying.
right. You can help me out. Perhaps I'm not as cerebral as you or as cognitively developed,
Come
but
on,
I
don't do
think
that.
I can read. I think I understand English. So I'm gonna read it again, and then you can help me out on the back end logic.
Okay.
Yes, a phylogenetic tree is considered hypothetical because it represents a scientist's best guess about evolutionary relationships between organisms based on available evidence and cannot be definitively confirmed due to the inability to directly observe the evolutionary past. Essentially, it is a hypothesis about evolutionary history. Now, help me out, Logic. What did
Okay.
I miss?
So will they ever be able to directly observe the evolutionary past?
No,
No,
no.
right? So they are basing it on their best available evidence. And then it goes on to say it's their best guess. You want them to use their second best guess?
I don't have a problem with it. All I'm telling you is I don't subscribe to it. You could
That's,
come up.
I mean,
Listen,
I get what you're saying, and I think, and I mean, if that's your position, that I can say that could be reasonable for you, right? But I think that's like everything, right? Like I think when you go to the doctor, he's giving you his best guess based on available evidence. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think that's like he's the professional. I'm definitely going to adhere to his best guess than I would Sheffrin's best guess, right? If I gave both of them the evidence, I don't want to hear what Sheffrin got to say. I want to hear at least what the doctor got to say. You get what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't have anything else I could say would be a better description, right? Other than the professional's best guess based on available evidence. Whatever that available evidence is, if he's looking at it, he's not the only one looking at it. And if he puts out this hypothesis, and of course, it's their duty to try to disprove whatever it is he come out with. And if this is where the consensus is,
you can't disprove a hypothesis, Logic. It's a hypothesis. It can't be confirmed or not. It can't be falsified. So you literally cannot disprove it.
Okay, so since we're not going to give credence or credit to the professional's best guess, what's your best guess, Haskell?
I don't go by guess. For me, I like empirical evidence, right? So earlier
Now,
we were talking about.
can I cut you off real quick, politely,
Go
yo?
ahead.
So
Go ahead.
you said you like empirical evidence.
Right.
This statement says that the empirical evidence would have had to have been directly observing the evolutionary past. Now,
Right.
you just agreed that they will never be able to observe the evolutionary past, so
Right.
there is no direct evidence for them to observe,
We
which is
go.
why it's their best guess.
Right. And that's why you asked me what I would lean on rather than this. And for me, I would prefer to lean on something more empirical.
All right, so
right now,
I don't think you can get no better than phylogenetics at this point. And the reason why is because I think when we say things like theory and hypothesis in science, I think we try to use the layman terms form, right? But when you deal with phylogenetics, it's saying that the hypothesis, right? So I'll read this. It say phylogenetic trees are hypotheses about evolutionary history, and new data can confirm or refute them, making the discipline dynamic and self-correcting. So think about what that just said. It's saying that scientists can come up with a phylogenetic tree, but now we have genetics that we can put into it. So now we can even correct and see whether the phylogenetic tree that scientists put forth is actually provable. So now they can prove phylogenetic trees.
No.
But yes, that's what it's. Listen, it
No, you
says.
see, I was with you up until you used the word provable.
Listen,
Because
it says
point-
it's self-correcting. So think
right,
about it. Hold on. It says.
At no point, Steph, at no point will it ever be provable, because the relationships
talking
cannot.
about
the genetics. So if the
this
genetics
specific
can
one
prove
may not
it,
ever be provable.
right?
He might have a point.
Hold on. If I come up, if a scientist comes up with a phylogenetic tree, right? Now, and then he find the skeletal remains, right? And key positions of evolution that can back up that tree that he made, or the archaeology can disprove it, right? Then if he can go to the DNA, if he can get DNA evidence and run that phylogenetic tree backward and forwards, it could either confirm that that phylogenetic tree or disprove it. So what are you what are y'all saying? How is it?
There is no proven, Chef. You see, that's the word I took issue with.
Can it confirm? What word would be better?
It can confirm.
It can be stronger evidence.
It could confirm something based on things that are already all right. So within that matrix, right, within whatever phylogenetic matrix they create, there are presumptions and assumptions that are considered what they call putative, or meaning basically as being fact, right? And you have to accept those presuppositions and work within that schema. So if you accept
they assumptions, they are assumptions at first. Phylogenetic trees are assumptions at first.
I wanted it. No, it's not at first. It's always going to be within the realm of assumption, because no matter what new evidence you get, no matter what new bones you find, no matter what new genetics you run and heeba-jeeba and blah, 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 you will never be able to confirm the evolutionary past. At no point will that ever change. You cannot confirm.
I don't know. I think Haskell might have a point on this.
I'm not accepting that.
Scenario.
I'm not. He don't believe in evolution. Hold on. This is a person that don't believe in evolution. Do not even get tangled up with his fucked up reading of science. Don't do that shit.
You know what? When they come out with the article, it'll say that new findings suggest more robust evidence pointing.
Right.
Or reconfirming what we already stated, right? It'll say something like that. I mean, it might not even say something as solid as
this is a person. No, it's evidence in this. I'm not going to let y'all do this. It's evidence in this. This is evidence based. We're talking to a person who believes that God did it. So he's not concerned about fucking evidence. I'm not gonna let him use to discredit science when he just believes some shit with no evidence. No, I'm not doing this shit. I'm going to sleep. What?
Chef, where you ever heard me talk about no God or no? Come on, man, don't do me like that.
Bro,
anyway,
you a Muslim. Like,
listen,
come on. You're a goddamn Muslim. So we know you have a belief.
Listen. Even if I was, Chef,
you are. You told me you was. Would you stop being a Muslim tonight? What the fuck?
Listen, listen. I never claimed. I said I was a Noble Drew Ali adherent.
That's a
I
motherfucking
never claimed.
Muslim.
I never claimed. Fine, even if I was, Chef, it
Yes.
don't change, Chef. It don't change the English language. The relationships can never be definitively confirmed due to the inability to directly observe the evolutionary past. Nothing
Bro,
will
I don't even know what you
Chef, listen to me.
saying.
Chef, I'm reading the AI overview of what a phylogenetic tree, the same shit I just read 5 minutes
No,
ago.
I'm not taking your interpretation of that. I don't even know what you're
Chef,
saying.
Now, what you said makes sense, Chef, but they might not word it as they might not word it as they might not word their stance as strong as confirmed, right? That's very possible to me.
I'm reading directly from this. Can y'all see my screen?
They might
Yes,
say
I see your screen, but
they might say something like
I don't trust your interpretation of what it's saying, so I'm not even listening to you. I can't do it.
See, now you gaslight me. You gaslighting me now. Now you gaslighting me. But let me say this, bro, before we close out.
Okay.
Because we were talking about the whole lookership thing, right? And
I
how about evidence and all that. But even the people who stress evidence, they pick and choose what they want to buy into. Because when we bring up the DNA tribes and the DNA consultant analysis of the DNA that was taken from Queen T and Tut and Ramses II and Akhenaten and them from the 18th dynasty. And when them people ran it through their calculators, the same values that you would get when you send your shit into a commercial DNA place like a 23andMe and all that shit, right? When they ran those values, them shits came back at an average of 90% sub-Saharan, specifically from the Great Lakes region mostly, right? Now, I could say that and show that all day, and you know what niggas gonna do? Oh, nah, see, that ain't right because of this and that and that and that, and that's science. But all of a sudden, that shit garbage.
I don't know. I ain't never seen that.
So people pick and choose. You know what I'm saying? They pick and choose their science and what they buy into and all that shit. But just look it up when you get a chance. Logic, the 18 Armana mummies DNA tribes analysis.
Just keep that one in your chamber though. That's the keep that
Why the fuck would they come all the way from the Great Lakes region? That shit crazy to me. Like,
ain't the Great Lakes in South Africa? Yo, am I tripping?
Yeah, Kenya, some motherfucking where.
That don't mean
Tanzania, Uganda, some motherfucking where.
Chef.
Because from the South that bad, bro.
When they run it's not what we want. That's science. Ain't that what you claim?
I just showed you the
Egyptians. But yeah, why wouldn't the Egyptians? Why wouldn't the Egyptians be from fucking Egypt? That would be the easiest.
There was nobody there the whole time until the Egyptians showed up.
Chef, listen. When you take a DNA test,
all human beings come from the Great Lake regions of Africa. I believe all modern humans. So
listen, bro. Listen, brother. When you take a DNA test and it says you're 93% sub-Saharan or you're 90% this, or it's not saying that you literally come from there. It is saying that the DNA samples that they took from those mummies, right, of all the samples that they have from modern humans, right, the people living in that modern geographic region, their DNA clusters most closely with that region. It doesn't mean that you literally come from that place.
Why would your shit cluster from that place if your ancestry and shit don't come from there? Now you bullshitting.
No, I didn't say mine, Chef. Listen again, man. Chef, come on, don't do this to me, bro. You're better than this. You're sharper than this, bro. They take the DNA from Queen T, King Tut, Akhenaten, who else? They had Ramses II, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? They run it through they calculators, right? This is the same thing they do when you do your DNA test. So they have DNA that they collected from people in North Africa, from Asia, from the British Isles, from what they call pygmy groups and hunter-gatherer groups, and from the Middle East, and they have DNA collected from humans all over the planet. Are we following so
too
far?
smart for your own good, yo.
No. I need you to say, Chef, I need to know that you're understanding.
You
Are you following?
You tricking yourself.
Are you don't never mind me. Don't worry about me. We worried about you right now. Are you following?
I'm following.
That's all
you. Go.
Right. So when they run your DNA, they're comparing it to all the DNA samples that they have from the human beings all over the planet.
Yes.
That's science. That's why I say niggas pick and choose the science that they want to go with. So that's why I don't be want to hear that science shit. So I don't got no problem going with the lookership and the science. I don't want to hear that shit with that science because niggas pick the science that they want. Chef and this dude believe because of the Russell line, and in Chef's case, because these niggas look like Rick Fox or whoever in Iowa today and then their genetics can't possibly cluster with the people living in Uganda and all that shit.
It's a combination of the Russell line and the North Egyptian corridor of people coming in and out of Africa.
So that's what I'm saying.
From
You're choosing to lean on phylogenetics, and I'm choosing to lean
migration patterns.
Right. That goes in with phylogenetics, brother. The out of Africa theory, all of that shit is one matrix, brother. Right.
Cool. I know that. Go ahead.
You're choosing to lean on that science, right? And I'm unscientific because I don't buy into that, right? Wow. But that's what you said. That's basically what y'all said.
I'm just listening at you trying to explain a scientific concept while telling us you don't believe in science. It's crazy.
No. I didn't say you don't believe in science, but people pick and choose. You
said you don't.
No, I didn't. I said I don't buy into. I lean more on empirical data. I don't buy into hypotheses. Okay. I don't buy into things that have no way of being confirmed. That means That means I'm completely unscientific because I buy into. So y'all have a monopoly on science. Then is basically what you're saying. And then when I bring up scientific article based on actual genetics that could be confirmed in real time, all of a sudden that's not science. That's some other. I'm tricking myself.
Hey, Haskell, though, can I ask you a serious question though? For real. That's all the science stuff aside, bro. Like something as to me as irrelevant as the Egyptians being black is to me. What makes it so relevant to you to want to have to throw out science to hold the position that the Egyptians are black?
Because non-black people care so much. Like they have made it a point to the point of they'll damn near die behind the shit to prove that they're not black. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't give a fuck. Right? So when I see these people,
why do you think they care? What do you think that is?
Because they believe in the truth.
Let them answer.
Yeah, I believe it's just white supremacy or a derivative of it.
Okay. So you think that there is room to make a genetic white supremacy argument today in academia?
Yeah, but I mean, in today's, you see, and that's the thing with you guys. This is a point that I wanted to make. You guys believe that we are in a post-racial period when it comes to science and academia.
I don't.
You guys, yeah, Logic and them, they firmly believe that.
I asked us, the specific question was a genetic white supremacy argument.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, the phylogenetic tree, the out of Africa theory, it's rife with white supremacy. rife with it. From where they say, from where how they list the haplogroups, right? And how the European haplogroups precede E. So E is supposed to be the haplogroup of the true Negro. They don't say that explicitly, right? But then E comes out of D, D comes out of C. C comes from like the Australia area, right? So somehow we left out of Africa, morphed, came back, and then those that morphed somehow became E, and then E went down south and invaded and displaced the Pygmies and the other hunter-gatherer groups like the Khoisan and all of that shit. And we was eating the Pygmies and all. You know, all of that shit is in phylogeny with the phylogenetic tree, right? And out of Africa theory, right? You know I'm not making that shit up,
I
right?
don't know what you talking about, but I'm going to fuck to sleep.
Right now, I was
This
just
nigga
about to
said they
just
eating the
say good night,
pygmies.
gentlemen. That was a great. Matter of fact, man, great show, Chef. Phenomenal.
That's crazy. I appreciate that.
Magnificent, man. I'm stealing from here, bro, because
Hey, so hold on. I want
the
to ask you,
diversity of conversations was
Logic, real quick, because I want to ask you what you asked me. And I answered straight up. It's because the non-blacks, it bothers them so much is the reason why I care. Why do you care that people like me care?
because I see it as a very destructive argument what it seems to me like it's like what it looks like it should be doing, it's not doing, right? It looks like it should be providing the black community with some I don't know, confidence, some swagger, some an ancient story that they can associate themselves with. But it really does none of those things, because what I see it doing is it takes us further away from real issues that we deal with in our real life every day, and it doesn't it doesn't help provide us any solutions or protections from the things that we deal with today. That's why I hate the conversation, right? Like right now, we're in danger of losing DEI, right? For better or for worse, like us being the original Egyptians doesn't do shit for that, yo. Like it doesn't even allow us to begin to create better solutions for our everyday real problems. It's just a distraction. It means nothing. It's disempowering. It's a waste of time. That's why I hate it.
See, I'd agree with that because for me, like when studying like ancient civilizations, no matter where they are, that's not the purpose of it. Like, so for example, studying the Ila Ife culture or studying Mali or Songhay, that don't do shit for DEI or what's going on the ground right now anyway. None of that stuff does.
But that's how
Wait,
white
hold
people
on.
used it. They used it to self-empower themselves and to give
Uh-huh.
themselves this moral boost. But it doesn't do it for us, is what I'm saying. It just doesn't do it.
Because
So
there's
would
other
you
factors.
would you
That's a
agree
bigger
that
conversation.
so
There's a bigger conversation, y'all. Come on now.
so
Don't do
wait,
that.
so would he agree? Would he agree? So I'm gonna agree with him as far as the Egypt part goes, right? It don't do shit for us today. Would he agree with that regarding West and Central African history?
History
I
period is
mean,
what he's saying.
I'm not going to
No,
go as
no.
far as to say
I
it's
want to
irrelevant, but
know.
it certainly
No,
doesn't
I
help
want to know
us. It
specifically
doesn't get
about
us closer to solutions. You know,
right. I want to know
if you're a
specifically
historian, I mean, it's more important,
right.
right? But I'm not a historian.
Can knowing about Ila Ife pay my fucking rent?
No, just
Okay
I'm
then.
sure you know that.
So that talking point is a non-starter, bro. So do you feel that way about, you didn't answer my question. Would you apply what you said about Egypt to West and Central African history?
That I can't use it to empower myself to.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I don't see how it empowers me.
Okay. See, I could you a fair man. You a fair
Yep,
man.
yep, I don't see it. I
All
think
right,
it's good
y'all.
to
Well,
know.
let's shut this shit down. Let's shut this shit down. Chief X, I'm not even watching your video tomorrow. Like, Just
Yeah, you gonna watch it.
no, I'm not. I gotta learn when to disconnect myself from certain arguments, especially when the point was proven. You dig what I'm saying? I think, it would be better because the only thing we can do from this point on is argue. You dig what I'm saying? So for me, I'm going to disconnect. You dig what I'm saying? I argue with him for 2 weeks in the Discord. You know what I mean? And it's the same thing. So I'ma just disconnect. You know what I mean? So I don't have to respond again to whatever he presents, right? He said he disagreed. So I take it as that. Like, I'll let y'all decide, you know what I mean, whether he was wrong or whether, I debunked his statement, you know what I mean, in his claim. Like, it's not on me no more. I can show more evidence, but he's saying my evidence is not even proof at this point. You know what I mean? Like, he said, even if I find scholars and sources that say, he said they wrong. Like, so what the fuck? You know what I mean? He said,
He said all that, bro.
Yo, he said that. He said that, he said, even if you find definitions that call them black, he said those definitions is wrong. So, I mean, he just threw everything out. You dig what I'm saying? So,
that playing expert stuff get dangerous, man.
Yeah,
definitely does.
Hey, but see, Logic, that's what the Moorish shit is the same thing. If every European and every North African, and all of them people, like, tomorrow stop giving a fuck about it, I wouldn't give I'd stop giving a fuck about it.
But why would those people stop giving a fuck about their history?
No.
Hold on. So what you saying is you really just follow the trends that they set. You just reactionary.
I'm talking about the racial aspect of it. If they stop, like, if they drop the whole race thing and it didn't matter.
Why would they drop? Why would they drop their shit? Like, that's still, like, if somebody was to try to say that the African Americans or the Jamaicans was a whole nother people, why would you just stop? Why would you let somebody do that shit? What would make you say, all right, fuck it, you know what I mean? No, you're going to defend your shit.
I didn't say they should, bro. I'm saying if they did, that's my only dog in the fight. Because from a real life perspective, I really don't give a fuck.
So you just really fucking with them people?
For the most part.
Because well, you know what? You in good hands though, bro, because you never needed to pry it out of the hands of white people. The white people did it for you.
Yeah, no, because look, right? Even with the Moorish conversation, right? I don't know if the Moors was black and da 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 da. I don't know about that. But when I see people in the face of clear evidence having cognitive dissonance, I take a sadistic joy out of fucking with them.
Wow,
that's what I get out of it.
That's honest.
That's honest. Yeah,
a little dark now, but it's honest, you know.
Yeah, because look, Chef, what Chief X doing with that whole Blackamoor thing? That's what mainstream academia do. Like, they'll see some shit directly plain clear. Oh, nah, it ain't that, because you see, what happened was that's a wig and the wood got darker, and then it be all kind of mental gymnastics. So I like seeing them do the mental gymnastics. Like, that shit is funny to me.
So Dr. Bernard said race is part of ethnicity. So Dr. Bernard, what race do you belong to? What race? See, the people who make these type of statements, right? what race? So according to the races, there is, if you play that type of game, there's Negro. What is it? Negroid,
You say white,
Caucasoid.
Jeff. You say he identifies white.
See, dumb shit. That's why you can't even talk to people, bro. No white person will ever call you fucking white. You look fucking
Yes,
Mexican.
they do. No,
You know what I mean?
Chef.
No,
Yeah,
bro,
they-
I'm not
they
listening to
send out
no
blue ass to the back
census
of the bus.
bullshit.
You're
It's
wrong.
no
You're
way
wrong.
in the world. No, it's no way in the
Chef,
world a
Chef.
white person in America is gonna say that man is a white person.
No, yes, they do. On
Man,
the
get
census.
man, I ain't
When
listening to that shit.
Yes, they do, bro.
All right, see,
Middle
now you
Eastern
just
and North
arguing.
Africans in America, they could claim white, bro.
Man, they
when
can
they come here.
listen. They can
That's a
claim whatever they want. You know goddamn well,
But
ain't
you just
no
said
white boy
people-
that you
you said
gonna
white
come
people
across
don't do it,
is
but
gonna
they
say
do
that
it.
man is white.
They do it, Chef.
All right,
The
see,
government does it.
man, that shit ain't real,
Yeah.
bro.
It's a
That
good
shit
one.
ain't real.
Hey, I appreciate y'all. Good show, man. Y'all gentlemen enjoy y'all evening. I got to go.
All right, Logic, peace. Matt Haskell, you're telling me that a white man will say that is another white man?
As MENA, which is Middle Eastern and North
All right.
African, when they come to America,
I
those
thought
are
we
white
was.
people.
I thought we was having a real conversation.
No,
Me
but
and
you say no.
Me and you, we established that we was gonna have the real fucking conversations.
Shut up. You didn't ask me what I thought.
No,
Obviously, I think that
you telling me that white people is gonna say that herb looking motherfucker is a white man?
they'll look you dead in the face and say that shit, Chef.
No, the fuck they wouldn't. That's some bullshit.
Bruh, you remember, all right, you ever heard about Mustafa Hefni? You remember
Yo.
dude that came from Nubia
Bro.
to the U.S.? Listen to what I'm saying, bruh. He's a Nubian, quote unquote, whatever the fuck that is. He's from Egypt.
I hate this community,
No,
yo.
listen to what I'm telling you, bruh. The man came to America, dog, and he wanted to be classified as black. They said, no, motherfucker, you're white. He had to fight tooth and nail to not be classified as white, bro.
Man, that's on a document. Nobody would say that that's a fucking white man.
You saying out on the street is what you saying.
In any motherfucking way. He can go into a courtroom. The judge would look at him, bro, get the fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck. What? Are you serious?
No, I'm with you, bro. And all right. I get what you're saying, bro. Most white folks, you go in the bank, you go in the court, they're not going to look at a motherfucker like Dr. Benoob and say that's a white man. I got you, bro. They're not going to do that. I'm with you.
Dr. Benoob said that he said that race is ethnicity. And then he's going to say, so if race is ethnicity, he said that he's white. That's how you know this shit is nutty as fuck. If a person that look like that call themselves white, then they just agreeing to the hierarchy of fucking race. And white people say that they're on the top, so all other people is going to try to get as close to that as fucking possible.
So, Chef, when I told Logic that a lot of them North Africans, that's the stake that they have in this shit, and he thought I was tripping on being crazy. No, bro. A lot of them do want to push themselves up to white folks, bro. They do, bro. They not very much different from a light-skinned nigga in America who will tell you that he not black or a motherfucker from the Dominican Republic. No, they really be. They got a lot of them got mental issues, bro.
Yeah, I can't listen to Dr. Benoob ever again. This man just said he was white. You feel me? Like, bro, that's You just disqualified. Now you're not even a sane person no motherfucking more than me.
You ain't never seen when he said that back in the day that the Egyptians was using Sunblock and suntan lotion.
Yo, where is the white people at? See, we need white people on these fucking panels because white people will tell you fucking North Africans the fucking truth. Like that shit sound, oh my God, yo, white people is doing a horrible job right now. If this man running around saying he white people ain't doing their job no more. Yo, motherfucking white people, y'all done dropped the motherfucking ball. I swear to God, I respected y'all racism at, you know what I mean, at one point. I can't even respect it no more.
Hey, Chef,
Y'all
look
got
what he
motherfucking
typed.
Arabs running around talking about they white now. This is
Look
fucking
what he typed.
crazy.
Look what he typed, Chef. He said, but no, Banoob's not an Arab though. But look what he typed. He said the American Medical Association said that, not me. You see what I'm saying, Chef?
Oh my God. Yo,
See,
this shit
you
is
don't know.
crazy.
You don't know how kind of mentally schizophrenic that North Africa shit is, dog. They is fucked up, bruh.
Dang.
I'm telling you, bruh. Yeah, man. But anyway, get some sleep, dog.
All right, yeah, I can't argue with y'all no more, yo. Y'all right. Y'all right on all this shit, man. I don't, me born in the 70s, I got a whole different perspective on shit. Like, so. All right, Haskell, appreciate you, bro.
Peace, bro. Sure.
Yeah, y'all won this one, y'all. Like, hands down. You know. Chief X is right. Chief X is right. Y'all right. Blackamoor's was always dolls and figurines, and Egyptians are now white. You feel me? So hey, fine. Like it's the wild wild west out this motherfucker. You feel me? Dr. Benob said he was white. Fetty, what's up? Now Fetty in here said that they Caucasoid. All this racism shit. You feel me? Cool. Y'all had fun. All right. Peace. I'm out.